2025, happening from February 7th to 16th, 2025. This much-anticipated event is brought to you in collaboration with the Metro Card Club, the biggest and most iconic poker room in the Philippines. The luxurious Crown Plaza Manila Galleria Grand Ballroom. Join us for high-stakes action, world-class tournaments, and a chance to etch your name in poker history. Don't miss your shot at glory. Mark your calendars, sharpen your game, and get ready for a poker experience like no other. Attention all poker enthusiasts. Get ready for the ultimate poker showdown as the Asian Poker Tour returns to Manila for the APT Manila Classic 2025, happening from February 7th to 16th, 2025. This much-anticipated event is brought to you in collaboration with the Metro Card Club, the biggest and most iconic poker room in the Philippines. The luxurious Crown Plaza Manila Galleria Grand Ballroom. Join us for high-stakes action, world-class tournaments, and a chance to etch your name in poker history. Don't miss your shot at glory. Mark your calendars, sharpen your game, and get ready for a poker experience like no other. Attention all poker enthusiasts. Get ready for the ultimate poker showdown as the Asian Poker Tour returns to Manila for the APT Manila Classic 2025, happening from February 7th to 16th, 2025. This much-anticipated event is brought to you in collaboration with the Metro Card Club, the biggest and most iconic poker room in the Philippines. The luxurious Crown Plaza Manila Galleria Grand Ballroom. Join us for high-stakes action, world-class tournaments, and a chance to etch your name in poker history. Don't miss your shot at glory. Mark your calendars, sharpen your game, and get ready for a poker experience like no other. Attention all poker enthusiasts. Get ready for the ultimate poker showdown as the Asian Poker Tour returns to Manila for the APT Manila Classic 2025, happening from February 7th to 16th, 2025. This much-anticipated event is brought to you in collaboration with the Metro Card Club, the biggest and most iconic poker room in the Philippines. The luxurious Crown Plaza Manila Galleria Grand Ballroom. Join us for high-stakes action, world-class tournaments, and a chance to etch your name in poker history. Don't miss your shot at glory. Mark your calendars, sharpen your game, and get ready for a poker experience like no other. Attention all poker enthusiasts. Get ready for the ultimate poker showdown as the Asian Poker Tour returns to Manila for the APT Manila Classic 2025, happening from February 7th to 16th, 2025. This much-anticipated event is brought to you in collaboration with the Metro Card Club, the biggest and most iconic poker room in the Philippines. The luxurious Crown Plaza Manila Galleria Grand Ballroom. Join us for high-stakes action, world-class tournaments, and a chance to etch your name in poker history. Don't miss your shot at glory. Mark your calendars, sharpen your game, and get ready for a poker experience like no other. Attention all poker enthusiasts. Get ready for the ultimate poker showdown as the Asian Poker Tour returns to Manila for the APT Manila Classic 2025, happening from February 7th to 16th, 2025. This much anticipated event is brought to you in collaboration with the Metro Card Club, the biggest and most iconic poker room in the Philippines. The luxurious Crown Plaza Manila Galleria Grand Ballroom. Join us for high-stakes action, world-class tournaments, and a chance to etch your name in poker history. Don't miss your shot at glory. Mark your calendars, sharpen your game, and get ready for a poker experience like no other. Attention all poker enthusiasts. Get ready for the ultimate poker showdown as the Asian Poker Tour returns to Manila for the APT Manila Classic 2025, happening from February 7th to 16th, 2025. This much anticipated event is brought to you in collaboration with the Metro Card Club, the biggest and most iconic poker room in the Philippines. The luxurious Crown Plaza Manila Galleria Grand Ballroom. Join us for high-stakes action, world-class tournaments, and a chance to etch your name in poker history. Don't miss your shot at glory. Mark your calendars, sharpen your game, and get ready for a poker experience like no other. Attention all poker enthusiasts. Get ready for the ultimate poker showdown as the Asian Poker Tour returns to Manila for the APT Manila Classic 2025, happening from February 7th to 16th, 2025. This much anticipated event is brought to you in collaboration with the Metro Card Club, the biggest and most iconic poker room in the Philippines. The luxurious Crown Plaza Manila Galleria Grand Ballroom. Join us for high-stakes action, world-class tournaments, and a chance to etch your name in poker history. Don't miss your shot at glory. Mark your calendars, sharpen your game, and get ready for a poker experience like no other. Attention all poker enthusiasts. Get ready for the ultimate poker showdown as the Asian Poker Tour returns to Manila for the APT Manila Classic 2025, happening from February 7th to 16th, 2025. This much anticipated event.
Say 20 seconds, but I already see a stream.
Yan, yan.
So let's
Bali
go.
7 si Tito Junit siya. Tapos si Philip sa 6. Okay. First up si Ipe. Okay, go. Wala yung Layo. Seat light. Sir.
Oh, we're gonna miss this hand if we don't go live soon. Here we are live from the Metro Card Club weekend special, just in time. Introductions later, because we're in the middle of action here as Philip by there is shoved all in for his tournament life with Ace King off suit, as strong a hand as they come. Let's see the situation. He's sitting there with 5.5 big blinds. He's under the gun. Why not? He could be shoving with anything here, which is why Danilo might give him a call. Danilo Ola here is in the cutoff. But, you know, nice little hand that can bust a guy if he wants to flip for it. Of course, he does not want to. He started the final table with 540k in chips. He certainly could afford it. Looks like it's going to be folded all around unless Nicholas Finn from the UK goes crazy here. Bart Serbito, fixture at these final tables, is probably going to let this go. So safe to say,
Five
Ipe will get himself a nice two and a half big blinds. The big blind ante, and the small blind. Uncontested pot. Ipe chips up. There we see the chip counts. Justin Geronimo leads all with 1.6 million, followed closely by Bart Serbito, 1.45 million. A lot of half million stacks in the midfield. Shortest stack was June Talosig. He might be gone. As well, he's still there. Barely. Still present at the final table. This is the Metro Weekend Special, 400,000 guaranteed final table. 397 entries in this one for a total prize pool of just under 600,000. 595,500 for anybody keeping track.
nine calls.
And now Junta Losig, shortest stack on the table, two and a half big blinds under the gun, shoves with pocket eights. What a time to find a hand! Just when you need it.
Two calls.
And I'm sure, I mean, tell me in the comments, guys, but you want to get called if you're a short stack with pocket eights in this spot, right? You're not going to be happy just taking 50,000 in blinds and antes. It doesn't really improve your chances. I mean, nice little win, but I like getting called here. I don't know if Bart's feeling it. He's only 45k to call, but will the big blind cooperate with him if he makes this call? Are they going to check down? He's going to try to see if the big blind's in the mood to cooperate. It is Ipe, a veteran at these turning tables. I'm sure he knows the drill. But he cannot execute this call with a short stack and only 4-3 offsuit. So it looks like Bart's going to be alone on this one. Is really not a good use of chips. He is in no position for this little bit of cooperation. He's better off folding. He calls, and June pulls this off. Ipe is just going to put the hurt on himself. Might as well sit on the end of a branch with a saw and saw off the branch he's sitting on. I mean, he can't afford it.
10 seconds.
Not with his hand, so wow, he almost folded June's hand. That's funny. I don't care where you're from. That there was funny if you folded June Telosig's hand. Instead, June tables pocket eights, two overcards by Bart Serbito, trying to bust June and ladder everyone up in the process. Bart, of course, second in chip command with 1.4 million chips. Here we go. Jack on the window, 8 in between. But don't look now. There's an open-ended straight draw. Bart can still pull this off. No, he does not. June. Talosig will double up. Sneaky little 8 there. Sneaking into that flop, and pretty sure Juntalosig had a mini heart attack when the jack showed on the window, but he's still in this tourney. Final table of the weekend special, 400k guaranteed. And shout out to the viewers right now. Feel free to chime in the comments. And filling in for the infamous Jester Incha, who is in this pose right now. Coach Ron at your service. First on the stream, of course. Shout out to Binoy, one of the most masipag poker tournament grinders. He's not based in Manila, so he does most of his grinding online. Shout out to you. John King is watching from the farm, maybe. And Datu Ashby Rivera, and to everyone else watching.
6-outer siya, naging 8-outer.
Some good action here tonight. Young AC Ducey. He limps it in from under the gun. See how this goes. Zhang Yong, or is it Yong Zhang
Grabe naman
from
yun.
China,
Ganun ba yun?
is one of the players in the midfield. And now chip leader Justin G
Seat 1 raise, 80,000.
sees a limp in front of him,
Seat 2 fold,
and sees ace king in front of him as well.
Gilid lang.
bet 0.
Gilid lang. Gilid lang.
Right, so there's a raise to 80K. That is 4 times the big blind.
Call to
Pretty significant race with a limper in
10
front of him.
seconds. Seat
Where you're looking at Kenneth Isip. That's his last name as well as what he was doing.
4, 5,
So
fold.
Nicholas Finn folds the queen 8, and it's going to be all the way. I don't know if Ipe wants to play this facing a race. He does have that ace. Normally, if it's time to shine, you want to be the better, not the caller. So Ipe will let this one go, and Young limped it.
7 fold.
As we see June fold his garbage. Young limped it. I'm surprised he didn't limp it to call it.
Seat 9.
I mean, he wanted to play the hand, but he wasn't sure how. And so he ends up not playing the hand. And a little bit of gain for Bart, but nothing too significant. Standings are still as they are. Of course, Pinto Lustig had doubled up, so he's neck and neck with Ipe. John Philip by there at the bottom of the heap.
Next nila, butod na.
The blinds are 10,000, 20,000, and this is big blind ante format.
Nakasurvive ka na. Pressure na sa iba.
And good evening to you, Kuya Milbs. And well, some new
10 fold.
viewers in the stream. Welcome to the live stream of poker tournament action from the Metro Card Club. Talking to my guys on the island, Mark Angelo Tambalmozo and Ethan Tambal. I hope you enjoy the stream and
1 fold.
pick up the game as you go. And when I come to the island, we are going to have ourselves a game. But in the meantime, we are watching Kenneth Isip. Never gets old. Thinking about what to do with 8-5 of diamonds. That didn't take long, so it's folded round to Nicholas Finn from the UK. Folded him in a hijack. He playing that conservatively. Bart will raise with a pocket pair.
Up.
It's only a pair of threes, but only we can see the whole cards. Well, Ipe has to take his time. Every decision is life or death for Ipe right now, as he is the shortest stack on the table along with Jun Telosig. So Bart has raised 60K from the cutoff, 3 big blinds. In the big blind, Young has a nice speculative hand, but if he didn't like ace deuce of hearts, he's not gonna like 7-3 of diamonds. So Bart takes a second pot in a row. Sneaky. Taking blinds and antes.
Ganun ba nawala sa'yo?
So a lot of hitman at this final table. Justin G, Bart Zerbito, Ipe, these are all veterans of the game. But one of them is relatively new to poker. The nephew of probably one of the greatest players in the country. Talking about Kenneth Clarence Isip. He is at this final table the nephew of Chief Mark Rivera. See if he's got
Fold, seat 1.
some of that poker DNA in him.
2 fold.
See him there in the white jacket. Hasn't caught a hand to play with yet.
4 fold.
So folded round to Bart. Will he take a pot, third pot in a row if he goes for it? He's looking like a maniac. But he has been getting raising hands. 3 raises in a row by Bart.
Makikita mo naman barako eh. Aces, kings, yun lang.
7, 9, fold.
Sorry, that's 2 races. I think Justin raised the other hand.
Pwede ka naman mag-request.
All right, doesn't look like there's going to be any callers. Man who calls himself Ken Jr. That's Eduardo de Acampo Jr.
Heads up.
Makes a call. Offsuit 9-4. It doesn't get worse than that. And of course, the flop is nowhere connected to his hand. He was defending the blind only. And he should be one and done right now. He checks, Bart bets his middle pair, and... Oh, is it time to get creative? Nope. Should have never played it, but sometimes maybe you spike 2 4s, maybe you spike 2 9s. You never really know what's coming on the flop, so some players take their chances every once in a while. Shout out to one of the triple-double threats of the Mabuhay Basketball League, Richard Nang. Welcome to the stream. And we got some viewers rooting for Kenneth Clarence Easy. And good evening also to Otalabi, the all-around engineer and poker meister. And Gary Anderson, welcome to the stream also. Are you still in Jensan? I hope you had a good time down there. Finally, Kenneth has a hand. And he is early in the +1. And we got a lot of viewers who are new to poker, so the +1 just means you're the second player to act before the flop. First player to act is the guy under the gun and the +1. Yan. So nakikita nyo, next to their action on the graphic is their position. CO means cutoff, D means dealer button. And so Kenneth from the +1 has raised 45,000. The blinds are 10-20. And he will get maybe no callers, folded all the way around to Justin, who has unsuited and a 1-gapper. Now we'll see if Justin has enough table time with Kenneth to put some pressure on him. Calling puts pressure, because now Kenneth has to play a flop. If he misses it, we'll see what happens. Justin will be acting first on this flop. And here we go. I see a 3, a queen, and a 6. Nothing for anybody but a gut shot for Justin. And Justin has a massive chip advantage. 3-1 over Kenneth. Justin checks. Can Kenneth continue? He is king high here. No hearts. No hit. All guts here as he bets. And Justin has many options here. He can float out of position with a gut shot. He can check raise. So he opts to just call here, which puts more pressure on Kenneth to continue on this turn now that he's missed. 5, 6, 7, 8 now for Justin. He can win with a pair. He can win by making a straight. But right now, king high is ahead for Kenneth. Kenneth cannot know that. He already got called. Let's see if Justin leads out here. His hand improved quite massively here. And rather than having to call another bet, Justin fires a blocker. 80,000. Nice thing about the blocker is it can win the pot outright if Kenneth cannot call. Of course, top pros will see the blocker for what it is, but no matter, Kenneth only has king high. So he lays it down, and Justin steals that one with no hit. 7 high. That's how you defend a big blind. Shout out to Marlon Santos and Marvin Galvan. He needs a nickname, but this is one of the strongest on-ball defenders in Quezon province, as well as a dead shot from the three. Welcome to the stream. You're watching the final table of the weekend special, 400K guaranteed, from the Metro Card Club in Pasig. There is over 400,000 now in the prize pool. 595,000. That's how much they are playing for. And if you have a big screen, you might be able to see the payouts on the graphic on the upper left. You can see that the first place, the champion tonight, will win 127,000 and change. So final table, 397 players joined. Only these 9 are left. We look at Yong Zhang with ace queen offsuit. Earlier he limped ace deuce of hearts. Let's see how he plays this one. It's a raise. It's a 3 big blind raise. Makes it 60,000 to call. I like the headgear on Eduardo. All right, folded round to the big blind. It is Danilo Ola. We know Justin is folded. Graphics are a bit late here. It will catch up. Looks like Danny's called because he has ace 10. This could be trouble. Give him an ace. Nope. King 6-7. Nobody hits. Both have ace high. Danny checks. And let's see. Yong can continue. He does not. Bet on the king high flop. Gonna peel off another turn. It's a jack. Now both of them have gut shots. The first player to pair his side card is going to lose this pot. Well, Danny Ola likes his gut shot, and he likes that Yong had checked on the flop, signifying a miss. So now he's bet 60,000, try to take this away from Yong. I think Yong can play his hand more aggressively, but not this time. So Danny is going to take it away. And the pot that Yong built goes to Danny Ola. You see the updated chip counts here. This is attrition in the form of a poker tournament. Every chip has to be won if you want to become champion. So players have been busting out. We've lost over 390 players. These 9 are the ones that are left. To answer the question on chat from Diamor Narlo, weekly ba ang 400K? I believe so. It is called the weekend special, but sometimes they have bigger guaranteed events on certain weekends. But yes, actually check in on the MetroCard Club daily because they do have tournaments every single day. Well, Gary Anderson back home in Norway. Had a great time. Good to hear. All right, mystery hand. In front of Nicholas Finn. He folds it anyway. We're folding around. The action goes clockwise for those of my friends who are new to the stream, new to the game of poker. Players act in clockwise fashion, one after the other, to decide what they want to do with the cards that they're dealt. Wow, Young mixing it up as one of the best starting hands in poker in Texas Hold'em anyway. Ace King offsuit. He does not raise. He just limps this in as if he was folding to a raise. Let's see if anybody falls for this trap. Danilo is getting tempted to complete a small blind, but it's an awful hand. Kenneth has Jack 3 of clubs. already paid a big blind. He can just check and see a flop here, which could be disastrous for Young. As he played his hand quite meekly.
Check, heads up.
Ace, 2, 3, all hearts.
3 check.
Small hit for Kenneth. Top pair, top kicker for Young, but no heart in his hand. All right, as for the triangle, he is all in. Goes all in, and that should be all out for Kenneth, who did not have to spend a dime more as he got that free look from the big blind. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players with about $500,000 in the midfield, a couple of short stacks with 100K each, and 2 giant stacks with over $1.5 million. That's where the standings are with these 9 players. Final table of this edition of the weekend special. Streaming live from the Metro Card Club, of course, with a reasonable security delay. With the tournament clock, you can see 6 minutes left in this level. Blinds rise every level. The next level will be a small jump. An extra 5K chip in the big blind and the big blind ante.
7 gold. 9 gold. 10 gold.
Pull it all the way around to Justin G. With an ace in his hand.
Sit 1, raise to 45.
Most of the chips.
45.
And a fearsome reputation as one of the top tournament players. So he's raised it at 45,000. Kenneth in the small blind, awful hand, can't call. Not that great either for Nicholas Finn. Should be easy win for Justin G. For those watching on the phone, I hope you have sharp eyes. You can read those graphics, especially the tournament clock on the upper left, where you might squint and see the payouts. Watching the big screen so I can see that champion will win about 127,000 and 50,000 less for the second placer, about 70,000. So that's what they're playing for. Pieces of a prize pool that has ballooned to 595,000. Back to the game. It's folded to Justin in the hijack position. And he's got pocket queens this time.
2 fold.
Real powerhouse hands. Easily a top 5 hand in this game. Well, Kenneth's got Jack 8 in the dealer button. No reason to play this. He does have chips. He can just pick a lot of better spots. Nicholas Finn has not played a hand since we started the stream, and I don't blame him. Just nothing playable so far. Art. Zerbito, will he defend with his suited hand? He would be flush hunting. And he would be dead if a queen comes on the flop. Let's see what develops here as Bart has defended his big blind. These are the top 2 chip leaders of the table. King, king, 10. Pretty safe flop for Justin, as not a lot of times when there's a paired board that your opponent has hit it. So Justin's gonna skip the flop, feeling, I'm sure, quite confident that his queens are still ahead. And he's going to induce this bluff from Bart. There's the bluff. Bart's going to take a stab at this just to see if he can take it away from Justin, but we know Justin is calling down. We know it, but Bart doesn't know it yet. But his bet has been called. Let's see if he can bet a river and add to his damage. It's a 9 of hearts. And Bart can give up here by checking or take another shot to try to win the pot. He checked his hand. There's 2 hearts. He's going to need an ocean to get that flush now. But he has to try to finish what he started. He bets 150. No, 75K. It is 150. The pink chips are 50K. That's a lot of pressure on Justin, but I believe he's made up his mind to call down. This would be larceny if Bart can get away with it. I think the way this hand has been played, Justin should be calling down, and there is the call he's going to catch. Bart with his hand in the cookie jar trying to steal a pot.
Silipin mo na lang mamaya doon, ha? Kung ano pinatol ko sa'yo, ha?
Nice try, sir.
And Justin G adds to his stack and puts a little bit of hurt on Bart's Herbito stack. They still are the only 2 players who have over $1 million, but Justin has now crossed to the 2 million mark. Starting stacks are 15,000, so let's do the math. If there's 397 players, wait for it.
River, okay, mo. Silipin mo yung barako, ha?
7 fold.
All right, 5.9, let's say 6 million chips in play, and Justin G has 2.1 of it. A third of the chips in play. 1 minute to go before the blinds rise and put even more pressure on our 2 short stackers. See if they can have a bit of good luck. Cat's gonna go into his mini tanking routine before he folds. Nicholas spin. Remotely playable hand because nobody has raised and he is on the button. Meaning he will be last to act on every street. This is a good position for him to try to be active. He has played nothing so far. So a little bit of wakey from the button with King 8 of spades.
5 fold.
Oh my goodness. Bad timing. Bad timing for Nicholas Finn to try to steal from the button because I don't see any other play for Ipe except to go all in with his ace-queen offsuit here. And Nicholas has to call. It's only 35K to go. It might be a case of the wrong move at the right time. Let's see how this develops. Ipe, John by there is all in for his tournament life, in danger of being out, but he does have the better hand as of now, slightly better. He's got ace high, but we'll see who can hit this flop. It's a boy. No, there's nothing. Ace high is still ahead. Ipe is looking good. Has to fade 2 more cards. That 7 is a little bit of a threat. It creates a gut shot. A 5 gives. Never mind. Don't even let me finish my sentences. It's over on this hand. Nicholas Finn has doubled up Ipe. And Ipe will be up to 200,000. Nicholas Finn will take a little bit of hurt there. Tried to steal from the button and ended up being obliged to Judy call the big blind.
10-25.
And that didn't go well for Nicholas Finn, but it went splendidly for Ipe. He's improved from being the shortest stack to being the second shortest stack. at this final table. This is, of course, the final table of the Metro Weekend Special. Says on the screen final day because this is not a single day event. There were multiple days to play this down to the final 9. Very lovely shot we have here. We see
10 raise 60,000.
the table and all its elements. We see the shot clock, time bank cards, those yellow laminated cards. Those are time bank cards. Because players have to act before the shot clock expires.
3 fold.
And if they don't, their hand will be dead, or they will have to pay a time bank card for an extra 30 seconds.
4 fold. 5 fold.
Folded all the way to the blinds.
6 fold.
To the short stack on short stack action. Juntalossi gets a walk. As Ipe will muck his hand. Doesn't get a walk. What am I talking about? There is a raise from 10 Junior. I'm sorry. That's what happens when you check your phone while trying to do a live stream. So there was a raise and it's a fold. Sorry, June, it's not a walk. In fact, you're going to lose your big blind and big blind ante. That's going to 10 Junior. Eduardo de Campo. I don't know if it's Junior or JR.
Wala na, may ikot na siya eh. Parehas na. Sino?
Hit na lang daw siya.
He can get
Dami
some
nagagalit
audio.
pag Peter pangalan niya.
Nope, no audio. Yeah, I can't hear the table chatter, but I'm hoping you guys can. Let's see.
10
Now
raise
check.
60. 1 fold. 2 fold.
Talking about.
3 fold.
So I'm trying to figure out if you can hear the table talk on the stream. Hang on.
Just one time. Just one time, Bob.
My device is making no sound, but big hands here on the table. It's a raise from under the gun. 60K, but Nicholas Finn might be willing to spend a little more than that with this big hand. It's a 3-bet re-raise to 140,000. Big move from what I'm sure the guys see as a fairly conservative player. What we've seen so far, that he's playing quite close to the vest. All right, so you know that worked. Yeah, it's one of those awful hands. You never want to get 3-bet holding king queen because every hand that re-raises you is probably ahead of you. Worst thing you can do is call and hit one of your cards. Then you never know what kind of shape you're in.
Punta sa lounge. Sa CR.
So JR lets that one go.
5 hours. Oo nga, no? Oo nga, no?
And
5 hours in.
little bit of a rebate for Nicholas Finn as he took down the blinds, the antes, along with Junior's raise. Right. Let's see if I can get.
Ito talaga sa akin. Okay lang. Ayun, sabay.
Right.
Oh, hindi. Nahuli naman yung isa.
Okay, so it's confirmed that you can hear the table talk on the live stream, but I do not hear it on the booth. So if they say anything notable, just let me know in the comments.
Triple.
All right, back to the live action. And what a live hand this is. Pocket queens for Nick. I call him Nick. Nicholas. Just coming off a pot that he won uncontested with Ace King. This time he's got queens.
Okay, 60.
By the way, the blinds have gone up.
5 fold.
They are now 10,025.
6 fold.
The raise is 60,000.
7
Let's
fold.
see if anyone's in the mood. Well, Young has been quite passive, but that hand's not good enough to call. Hold it all the way to the big blind. 10 will not defend.
60.
All right, moving on up. Nicholas is inched his way up back to third place. Third overall in the chip count. Not really third place. You're never third place until you bust out in third.
Yung 6, 11,000 eh. Nasit.
Simon reading.
Ano nung talon doon?
Just typed out Nick Finn, so I can't call him Nick. Don't have to call him Nicholas every time. And Maldita de los Reyes also railing for Nick. But if I had to take an informal guess, I would say most of the chat so far has been railing for Clarence Isip.
3 fold.
One of the quote-unquote newer guys at this final table. Nick's got ace-6 suited. He's going to take a breather. It's good hand, but not great position as he was in the +2, which is quite early. So he's let that go, but Bart
60.
just coming alive
6
with 9 high.
fold. 9 fold.
I guess he's seen that the table is not very, how do they say, they're not very floppy. They don't see a lot of flops so far. Everyone's just trying to, and the reason is there's a lot of ICM pressure. With 2 short stacks at the table, the mid stackers can't really make the moves they want to move. So Bart, it's not because he has 9 high, it's because he's taking advantage of this stage in the tournament where players are less likely to play. They want to smoke to clear first and see the short stacks out the door. So, good instincts by Bart. Takes a pot uncontested. And Junta Lossig is down to 40,000. That is about 4 great chips. And he is shuffling it in his hand. I believe the white chips might be worth 5,000. So he's got 8 white chips in his hand. Talking about Junta Lossig. Upper right of your screen in the yellow shirt and the black fisherman's hat. He is the shortest stack at the table. Gotta make a move. Start the action in this round from under the gun.
3 folds.
And Nick is just out of the way there as Bart opens yet again, this time with a decent hand, ace-10 offsuit.
6 fold. 7 fold. 9 fold. 10 fold.
If he gets any caller, Junta Losig is in the big blind.
One fold.
Oh no, he's not in the big blind. That's Danny Ola. June is out of the hand. Danny Ola is in the big blind and cannot call another uncontested pot for Bart. How about that? Nickel and diming his way. Holding on to second place. Question in chat here from Ian Oakley. What's the first place prize money in English pounds? Give me a minute and I will have the answer for you.
Nakita nila ang chips mo, magagalit sa'yo. Baka bumaliktad. Lahat ng pupunta pag palapit dito. Lahat sabi mo.
Here we go. Pounds sterling.
Kinakapilan
First
ka
place
pa.
prize money
Wala kang chips.
is 1,750. And Simon Reading's got almost on the nose there. It is 1,750. So much better to say it in the Philippine pesos. You get to say a 6-digit number, but that is a decent payout for a nice little weekend of poker.
Makikita na. Makikita na cards.
60 to call.
Oh, I don't know if this is going to be a three-way here. June, of course, with a pretty insignificant stack size here. He's all in for 40,000. He's lucky to have a decent hand at this stage. Bart's already raised to 60, so June is all in for less. And we'll see. Danny Ola. Wow. Got a decision to make. Is he going to isolate June? There's merits to that. One, he protects his hand. Two, he takes the 20,000 on the side pot right away, so he'll practically be paying half. If he can get Bart out of this hand, he'll take Bart 60K and put 40 back in the middle. Pretty much going to try to bust June for a 20K expense. Let's see if it works out. So he's 4-bet this. Not really a 4-bet because June being all in wasn't exactly a raise. So this is just a re-raise. Just a 3-bet in reality. And Bart has to get the message here. Danny's saying, I got this. Get out of the way, sir. And of course, Bart does have the inferior ace. He's going to see the hand. Because as soon as Bart folds, they're going to table the hands. And you will see, he made a great fold.
Bit lang kasi.
Be asking for a count on Danny's chips. We can see he's got 400 behind.
Check.
Hey, June is already poised to triple up regardless of what Bart does. Wow, Bart makes a call because it was such a tiny re-raise. And he hits the 5, so he's actually ahead of Danny Ola here. Spiking the bottom pair. What a call by Bart.
3. All in na si June.
Now, does he know he's ahead of Danny? June is already doing cartwheels in his mind. Hitting the top pair here. Looking at that main pot.
Check.
Bart's going to check this one. Danny, of course, was first to check. So Bart checks behind, and it's looking a little bit better. Bart can't know for sure that his 5 is ahead. As Danny makes his bet, why would he? I guess he's betting to win that side pot. Danny bets 75,000. Try to take that side pot away. Get Bart out of the hand. Bart is sticky with that bottom pair. It's going to take another bet for Danny Ola to get Bart out of this hand. We are on the river. Last round of betting. We already know that June is going to triple up and take the main pot and stay alive in this tournament. It's just a question of can Danny pull the trigger and get Bart out of the hand. He checks. Bart should be checking behind here and take the showdown. But he might turn the best hand into a bluff. Let's see. Might be thinking his paired 5 isn't worth a showdown, so he bets 100,000. He's actually bluffing here, but it will turn out to be a value bet if Danny Ola looks him up. How about that? I think Bart's read his hand exactly right. Either that. Like, why would he bluff for 100,000 when he can get snap called by any hand that beats him? Does he know he's betting for value here and that he's going to get a bluff catcher to call 100,000? That would be brilliant.
Call. Two call. Ace 5.
Wow, he's done it. Talk about thin value as Bart takes the bigger side pot. We see June Talasig will triple up and take the main pot and stay alive in this tourney. But what about that river bet? Bart getting a call with the bottom pair.
Bilangin mo muna.
How often do you see that
40.
value betting a bottom pair?
60 plus
Nice action there.
20 dapat.
And Bart chips up to 1.6 million. June moves up 10,000 ahead of now the shortest stack at the table is again John Philip by there. Ipe. Two gentlemen there just celebrating their continued presence at this final table. Their lease has not expired. Shout out to Mark David, Bean Burasete, and Chan Mark, Alan Bautista, and the other new viewers logging onto the stream. You are watching the Metro Weekend Special, 400K guaranteed final day. Buy-in was 1,650. Guarantee was 400,000, but we had 397 entries, so the prize pool is close to 600,000. First place money is about 127K. This is all in Philippine pesos. And we rejoin the action. There's Bart under the gun.
Side fold. Ay, nawala.
Bart is balling right now.
Low
Taking
bat.
pots with 9 high.
Saan?
Getting value bets out of bottom pair. It's good to have chips in a poker tournament. I mean, that's a truism. Can't say it enough. Opens up all your options. I mean, you never pull off these moves with a middle-sized stack. All right, where are we in the action? We know Bart is folded.
Time, walang four.
It's stuck as the tech team will be catching up. Sorry, I do not hear the table audio, so you might have a better idea what's happening more than me.
Post.
I can see all the action, just can't hear the table talk. I think we can fix that.
Hello? Ay, wait. Five fold. Six fold. Seven. Seven fold. Nine fold.
All right, we're catching up here.
10 fold.
Folded all the way around to Justin G. The King 3 offsuit and the cutoff.
One raise, 55. 55. Five, five. Two fold.
May bonus lang pa.
Three fold.
And Nick's gonna Have to muck this one. Or he may surprise us. Can he defend the big blind with 9-3 offsuit against the chip leader? All boils down to trying to pick up a read, but now we'll pass on this opportunity. And yes, sir, Ian Oakley, we are streaming the smaller events as well as the majors. And we get a lot of viewers from all over the country who want to keep tabs on what's going on at the Metro Card Club. It is the mecca of poker in the Philippines. And any action generates interest, be it a small weekly event or the big majors. And we do stream because players love to watch other players making their moves. And it doesn't matter how big the prize pool is. Players that love to play love to watch other players playing. And good evening to Nemesis. Carlos Cortez, welcome to the stream. We're watching the weekend special, final day.
One fold, two raise, 50.
The actions on Danny Ola seems to have raised from the cutoff. And let's get to know these chips. The pink ones are 50,000, the white ones are 5,000, and the, call them gray or chrome, the gray ones, the cloudy ones are 10,000.
All in is ito ng 50. Tapos, ha?
So the blinds at 10K, 25K. It looks like at least a 50K raise. Oh, someone's declared all in. Okay, let's not get all caught up here. There is a triangle in play. And looks like Danny Ola is actually all in.
Kay Kuya Peter Panalas na nag-bet ng 100 si Sir Bart. Nag-call siya. Sige.
You don't see his hand here.
50 na lang, all in na. Sit 2, all in.
All right, all caught up here. Daniel is all in for 50K.
Sit 4.
That's all he had left. And Nick is isolated for 100. And wow, what bad timing. Good move at the wrong time. Nick is trying to isolate the short stack with his pocket fives, willing to take a flip, but Bart's in there. And he is going to 4-bet to 400,000. Gonna try to take two players out in one hand. Bart is just too happy in his seat to be even remotely weak in this hand. And Nick knows it.
4-fold. Okay, heads up. Sige. Ay, asa na all in?
Baka naman ang re-roll isang putang inan.
Pre-roll na ako eh. Gusto ko pre-roll eh. Ayoko rin kumali siya eh.
So, Hog Queens against Ace 4.
Okay na.
Nalalaban ako, alam ba?
Okay na? Flop? Flop.
Well, Ace on the flop. Just like that. And triple up here if the ace. No! Sooner had I said that than the queen comes on the turn to shatter Danny Ola's hopes of continuing this tournament. He is drawing dead on that turn, and the 5 makes no difference. Danny Ola has been eliminated by Bart Zerbito. He is the 9th place finisher here, and great news for Ipe and June. who are languishing at the bottom of the pile. And you see the payouts here. Danny Ola is going to take
Ha?
6,750 for his ninth place finish.
Nag?
And the next payout is 9,000.
Floor, andun sa ano?
So, a little over
Anong sabihin ko?
2,000 pay jump
Post
for the
muna.
short stacks.
Post daw po muna. Recount lang, Sir Alain.
Ah, may bibilangin na sa akin.
Hindi yata sila nagkakaunahan ng boyfriend niya, be.
Good evening, chess
Wag lang daw alis
grandmaster.
yung player.
Love triangle.
Break na sila.
Okay na?
Welcome to the
okay.
stream. You're watching the weekend special.
6.
And behind the scenes, I'm trying to figure out how to hear this table audio. I'm not hearing it.
2,090,000.
2,090,000.
Good thing you guys are.
Tama. Okay, so 300, 400, 425. Tama.
All right, they are counting out chips. I believe we are going to
Chip at tibay.
have a chip race.
290. Ay, 490.
Pares kami short
Really?
490 yung seat 4.
I mean,
Okay, tama.
3 BB.
I don't see why they
Yung sa'yo yun kanina.
have a 25,000 chip
1.7.
big blind, so they're gonna need those white chips for a while longer.
100 ako total.
200 total nung seat 6. Tama. 210.
I'm going to guess that what's going on is they're just redoing a chip count to update on the tech side, as we saw earlier that the graphic was reporting Danny Ola having a good size stack when in fact he only had 50k left, and I was actually personally confused. So they are sorting that out by doing this chip count, and they're going to encode it into the system. So moving forward, we will have accurate chip counts.
Hindi ko alam. Mali yung chip count kanina.
Yep. Gotta tell you that Danny Ola bust out did catch me by surprise, but looks like it's all
Mali
gonna be
yung
sorted.
kay Sir Ng 100. Hindi ako kakaupo ko lang.
So white chips are 5k, pink chips
Okay na,
are
Bea. Go
50,
na yung time. Okay pa.
chrome chips are 10k, and if they are nice enough to stack them in 20s, it should be
Tama.
fairly
Doon na
easy
kay-
for us to
kay Sir
follow their
Danny,
chip
no?
counts by eye.
Ay!
You can see Justin G in seat 1 left of the dealer is the obvious chip leader. Stack of the pinks is 1,000,000. Stack of the chrome ones is 200,000, and the stack of the white ones is 100,000. All sorted action resumes with June on the smallest stack in front of him.
Kay Sir Danny lang.
Under the gun
Galaw niya pang Asian, di ba?
7-4.
Check station tira niya.
Oh,
with
check.
absolute garbage.
Pinapakaya niya pa ako.
One race, 50.
Triple up ako. Straight ako sa river.
Apa.
Flush draw sa flop. Straight draw sa flop din. May auto ka ng boss? 8-9 diamond.
Anong gawin?
Wala eh, nag-race eh.
Okay. Sir, scan daw po muna yung card bago titignan. Hindi, bago titignan. Okay na? 10 seconds.
Hindi ko rin talaga ito call.
So, scan muna niya. 3-fold. Okay, scan muna. 4-fold. 5-fold.
4 hours pa tayo naglalaro kagad, no? 5 hours kanina yun.
Wait, wait. Seconds.
200 just for hanging around. How much hanging around do you want to do if you want to go for the first place money? I mean, I like calling here to defend the big blind, but he's only got 6 bigs. If he calls here and the flop shows any kind of coordination with his hand, he's got to go with it. So he's not ready
Six fold.
to commit to this hand. He's going to need to meet her parents, I guess.
Hindi ko
Commitment joke.
Malas ka? Pangit.
Lines up.
Pang depend.
15.
8 players left.
Kasi
Final table.
naka-riffle na.
8 out of 397. I always like to say that, the total field, because
Kahit
it
saka naka-riffle
really
na.
puts into
Once you're-
perspective what they had to go through to get to the final table.
Pag shuffle, blinds up. Pero pag naka-riffle na.
Back in the day, we used to play 4
Ay,
tables.
yung
Now we get close to 400 on just a weekend, small weekend event.
Nahihilo sa'yo si
Poker's alive and well at the Metro Card Club more than anywhere else in this
Shop
country.
siya. Hindi na siya kukul. Oo, hindi na kukul si Bart. Oo, galaw na galaw. Pre-flop lang, maliit.
Hannah Jr.
Yung turn, maliit din.
10 fold.
hasn't really made his presence felt.
1 fold.
Hasn't had a chance to do so.
3 fold.
All right, Nick. It's folded to him in the cutoff. Got a Broadway hand and
4 raise, 60,000.
getting ready to raise it.
Yeah.
Hanggang 300 lang.
Look at Bart like pretending he's gonna insta fold.
5 fold.
Una ako kanina, binibilang ko nito
He does kind of.
400.
Well, the good news for Ipez, he can fold his hand and he will be dealt for free in the next few hands, as this is a big blind ante format. Junta Losig also trying to just slog through the blinds,
Fold.
as his stack is way too short to go on these adventures.
15.
Kaya ko walang pressure. Tumatawa-tawa pa.
Ten fold. 1 fold. Three raise 60. Yes, 60. 4 fold. 5 fold. 6 fold. 7 fold. 9 fold. No fold.
First match.
Walang tayo yun, ako tatay.
Okay, walang pressure eh. Yung mga mid-stack, napi-pressure eh.
Pag nagkataya-taya ka, di tuwa na ako. Sa papatayan sila eh.
Yun ang demonyo.
Nasa akin yung galaka.
Tatlo. Nag-bet ng 100.
Good deal. Button is moved to the
Sa
Short stack
river,
June.
yun na yung 100.
Losig. He's managed to wade through the blinds and still be in the tournament. Justin G under the gun with ace high.
One raise, 60.
It's a
60.
raise. He's opened for 60K. Gonna keep that pressure up. 8 players remain, but 2 of them are micro stacks. Just about 4, between 4 and 5 big blinds.
3 fold.
Kumain ka na nga eh.
4 fold. 5 fold.
Nick's not gonna call in the middle with Queen 10. And Ipez not gonna play. I mean, he did fold his way
7 fold.
to
9
8th place
fold.
to play 6 deuce offsuit. So he is out of there, and I love to see, for the sake of the viewers,
Heads up.
just for show, a defense of the big blind with 4-3 offsuit.
Flop.
See if we're gonna rock and roll on this flop.
Okay, sige.
8-5 jack, nothing for anybody. Ace high still ahead. It's
10.
quite
Check.
not that coordinated.
1 bet.
Some open-enders, some flush draws on this flop. Justin bets 40,000,
Apa, jack.
as small a C bet as he needs. And it's a W. Takes down the pot.
11. Dahan-dahan. Sige.
I mean, that's sometimes, in the BB ante format, it's just so tempting to defend a big blind with any 2 cards and see if you spike something. But when you do it with 4-3 offsuit, man, that's like bringing a knife to a gunfight. Because when you miss, it's just nothing. It's just goodbye, goodbye chips.
Ha? Hindi naman.
Kenneth gets to act first now, under the gun, with some people's favorite hands. Not mine. Blinds are 1530. Nick's sitting on 485K. Still about 16 bigs. No need to go out of line. Speaking of going out of line, Bart is very good
5 raise.
at being out of
65.
line.
Apa.
Saw it earlier. And he's gonna raise this suited 1-gapper just because the table's pretty passive, and
9
between him and Justin G, they can actually walk over most of this table. Oh, 10 Junior defended with 4-3 off. He might like 5-3 suited.
10 fold.
Not this time. Justin G, with stacks this big, King 9, you can defend from the big blind.
60.
These are the 2 biggest stacks on the table, so King 9's worth a play here. He's going to call the 40K. Off to the flop we go between the 2 biggest stacks at the table. Jack to 10 jack. It's a gutter ball for Justin G. And it's way above his pay grade for Bart. He checks. Turns a deuce, brings that second spade on the board. Flush draws have appeared. Justin G has seen a check on the flop. Gonna probe this turn with a 50K bet. Good odds to draw flush draw. So Bart goes for it. Instead, the flush doesn't come, but Justin does complete his straight on the river. And checking just to make sure. He could bet for value. A lot of hands pay him off. Hands with the queen, hands with the 10, especially hands with the jack. Let's see Bart makes a move. Bart, if he makes a raise here, it would be spectacular action. Bart cannot call as he has 8 high. He can only raise or fold.
10 seconds.
But with the action having gone the way it has, is it plausible from Justin's point of view, that Bart could have a full house here. It would be hard to represent that. Could be very bold to try, but Bart gives it up. And Justin G, once again, adding to his stack, started the final table. We were nine-handed. He had 1.6 million. Now he's got 2.4 million, and we only lost one player.
Espada.
He's been getting those chips from Bart, mostly.
Bayad ka.
And he's had the better of them in two encounters with medium-sized pots. And he might be as good a game as Bart has been playing. I mean, this might be his kryptonite if he keeps tangling with the one player that can really hurt him.
Check ako.
Check. Hindi.
So
Tumaya ako sa turn.
he might do well just to keep picking on the shorter stacks, left and right,
Fourfold.
and stay away from the chip leader for now. Nick gets up as he has folded ace-3. Bart's got 2 9s in his hand. This one, he can commit a bit more than he could with 6-8. It's pocket 9s from early position. Bart raises 70K. A little more oomph in that raise. Ipe's gonna raise all in. I mean, it pretty much plays itself. He's on autopilot right now until he gets a stack and can make some moves. But right now, this is all he can do is wait for a hand and play it for everything he's got.
7.
All in with ace-queen of spades. I imagine Bart can make this call because it's only going to cost him another 70K.
140 total.
And if that is the case, we'll be off to the races with the 2 overcards against a wired pair. As soon as Justin gets out of the way.
1 fold.
Should be getting out the way, and let's see if Kenneth can open up his cards and find pocket kings. Maybe.
3 fold.
Maybe next time.
5. Call. Heads up.
Right, Bart's certainly going to call. He tables pocket 9s. He tables ace, queen of spades once again at risk. He got away earlier with an offsuit version of his hand. This time, trying his luck with ace, queen of spades against pocket 9s. He's got 2 overcards. He needs to hit the ace or the queen, or maybe 3 spades come on the board. Let's see what the flop brings.
Sa kanan.
The window is a meaningless 7. The flop actually gives Bart an open ender.
Okay, turn.
Just in case an ace falls, Bart can redraw. The deuce is absolutely meaningless.
River.
And the river better be an ace or queen or he is out. In fact, Bart made it straight by the river.
Out.
Ipe is out in 8th place. John Phillip by there. A fixture at these weekend and daily final tables at the Metro Card Club adds another 9,000 to his bankroll with yet another
Talo ko si
cash.
Ipe. Talo. Talo ko dito.
Another deep run. Congratulations to Ipe.
Kung wala siya.
No
sabi ka,
mean
call
feat
mo.
getting this far.
Talo ko na si Ipe.
And now we are down to 7 players.
Sasali ka ba?
Final
Talo
7.
ka kay Ipe.
And the Lossig has left the chat. No, there he is.
Tumaya nga ng...
Yeah, you cannot miss a hand when you only have, I don't know, 3, 4 big blinds in your stack.
Natay mo, teti ka kaya. Yung pang-over pair siya.
Looks like he's having a meal
Bottom pair na may
off
naka-all
to
in.
the side there.
Nakataya pa sa river. Ang
And
animal.
just the-
Hayop ang putang ina.
The renovated Metro Card Club is
Alam niyang good
well worth visiting
5 fold.
if you're in Manila, or even if you're not, but you're looking for a nice week of poker. Juice under the gun +1, and that hand was not worth stepping away from your meal to see.
10 fold.
But he had to go check anyway. So here we go. Folded to the chip leader, Justin G,
One.
on the button.
All in.
Queen 10 of clubs is gonna be a raise. And he just made it all in. Mixing it up, keeping it simple, maximum pressure.
Three folds.
And Nick has no quarrel with this all-in raise right now. It goes in the muck and blinds and antes for Justin G.
Then yung
Okay, okay. Tinatanong ko na.
change dealer. Ha?
Once again, we're playing a BB ante format. That means the big blind
30. 30.
pays
Bye.
30K and then adds the ante. And I think according to the TDA rules, it is ante first. So if you're short stack and you have less than 2 big blinds, you will pay the ante in full, and whatever is left will be your big blind.
Pwede ko siya pumold eh. Hindi ka pumold eh. Kanina nga, tinis mo eh. Pwede pa maula yung wakal eh. Diba?
Seven players left. If you're wondering why they don't, move their seats a bit and scooch over to the left, it's because they're playing on an RFID table and they need to stay locked to their spots so the system can read their hands correctly. June's found an ace, and he's under the gun, and he's gone all in with ace 7 offsuit. See if he can get a call. At this stage, I mean, I'd rather get a call if I was in this spot, because whatever I win here is going back in the middle in the very next hand. When you're under the gun and you win the blinds and antes, the very next hand, I mean, don't even bother taking the pot. It's going back in the middle. So June takes the pot anyway, just in time. He just bought himself the next 2 hands, the next 2 deals, and then he'll be right back to where he started. But keeps him hanging around. He can possibly ladder up if some other player busts out, as has already been the case. He's outlasted 2 fellow short stacks and guaranteed for himself a 7th place finish. And what looks like 13,000. 13,500. Young Zhang has decided to move all in with ace 10. He's got a little over 10 big blinds. Playing on many different gears. Seen him limp into the pot with ace king. We've seen him raise. And now we've seen him raise for everything here. Listen, gee, I mean, it's a significant call here. A significant amount of chips. That's more than 10 bigs. And you gotta believe that player shoving from under the gun has got you dominated. Could be a bigger pair or an ace with a bigger side card. It's just not worth it. Kenneth continues to be on the sidelines, not getting any playable hands. Nicholas gonna let the dogs out and back into the muck. And 2 players to get through for Young to take the blinds and antes. Only 1 player left here. Consider the action of the big blind. June Talosig with a magical mystery hand. A lucky 7, but no good for Texas Hold'em. So Young takes the pot. And June short stack will get a little bit shorter for losing the blinds and antes, and he will have to fork out a small blind in this hand right now.
Wala pa akong
But
ace.
if he can get through it,
Sabi ko sa'yo, di ba? 300.
he'll be dealt for free for a few. 5.5 big blinds in the stack of
Sino na?
June.
Kumain ka pa nga, ako hindi pa kumakain. Di ba? Kumain ka pa.
Wala kang ganun kinain.
Hindi, yung isda kanina.
Ay, takla, ng oras pa yun. Alas 12 pa yun.
Don't know when, but when we hit a break, we'll try to sort out why I can't hear any table audio. But let me know in the comments if any interesting chatter
Fold 10.
is going on there.
Fold 1.
It's actually a good thing to be dealt a lot of garbage. I mean, when you have, pretty decent stack, means you get into less trouble spots and you develop a folding elbow. Bart's not folding.
C5.
If it's folded to him on the button, he's going to raise, and with this
Fold.
fun hand, 8-5 of diamonds, he has raised it to 70,000, and he's going to take the blinds and antes here. It's good to stay active, especially on the button against players who have shown a massive proclivity towards folding. So you see the chip counts. We started the final table. The top two players in chip count was Justin G and Bart Zerbito. And that has not changed as those two players are running over the opposition. Not in a big way, just snatching blinds and antes and taking little pots from them. Basically, not giving them any room to maneuver. Justin G's under the gun.
Raise.
I mean,
65.
if it's not Justin G, it's going to be Bart raising until the rest of the table can figure out a strategy how to proceed and to progress into the championship rounds.
Fold. C3.
Kenneth folds yet again, facing a raise from the chip leader, Justin G. Should be following the action. Here I am touching my screen, trying to swipe right. There we go. A series of folds culminating in what could be a 3-bet shove from the big blind. The man in the big blind is Eduardo de Ocampo Jr., who started with a middling stack. Wait a minute, he did not shove. He's opted to flat call this, which opens up the possibility
All in.
of him, forget I was going to say he might lose the hand when he misses, but he has not missed and he has donk shoved into Justin. I mean,
35.
I like check raising there or check calling into oblivion, but to each his own. Ken Jr. has decided just to end the spot right here, and if he's up against a lower pocket pair, then he might get a call.
Fold. C2.
Well, Justin G gets out of the way. Well, there's two reasons to bet. It's to get a
Nice hand.
better hand to fold or to get a weaker hand to call. And
Oo, tumama ng queen.
what weaker hand would have called there?
Pag sumap ka,
Hands
double
like pocket 10, pocket jacks, middle hits, maybe even ace king undeveloped.
Oh my God.
But mostly you're getting weaker hands to fold, which is a big no-no in poker.
Ashley!
Shout out to Neruha, a very popular player in cash games, says Romel Panopio. Well, if he plays at the Metro, consider us on our way if he's playing right now. And good luck to Nick from the UK, from Stephen Dainty. I know I read this very late. We were caught in some action here. Action again under the gun. Kenneth finally, Kenneth has entered the building, and he's entered with a raise to 65,000 from under the gun. June's got King Jack. Classic. You want to shove with it, but you just gotta fold it when you're facing a raise. It's all about that first in vigorish. Besides, June is busy having a meal. All right, Kenneth finally made a move. He's gotten a call from the chip leader. This has happened once before over the last hour. It didn't turn out well for Kenneth. And let's see now, both players miss 9-4-7. Shaping up to be a double gutter. 10 or a 6? Nope, 10 won't do it. 6, just a gut shot for Justin, and he does have some pair outs. This is exactly the way he played it before. Check the flop, dunk bet on the turn, and it got Kenneth out to the hand. Not this time. Kenneth is hanging around with his ace high. Good for him. Oh no, there's a 6, and the straight has been a hit. Got a 6-card straight, actually. So Justin just bet his way into the better hand, and now it's going to try to hopefully get a hero call here. Gone for that polarizing bet size, 300,000. Over betting the pot there. It's nuts or air. And for Kenneth, this is just pure hero mode if he calls with an ace high. Can't do that. Justin practically put him all in with that bet. So, 2-0 if you're keeping track. But Justin's really been, I don't know, he's been winning all his post-flop battles so far in this stream. Showing us why he's one of the more fearsome opponents that you can face at the tourney table here. Shout out to Maura Rivera watching from Imus Cavite. How is the weather down there? Cavite, a bit southwest of Metro Manila. Got the China Sea on its left. Oh, folded around to the blinds. Justin's not going to take a break. Just puts the big blind all in. And Kenneth cannot call. And it's going to be another pot for Justin G, staying active. If you're watching the stream to pick up some pointers and improve your tourney game, Justin G is the man to watch right now. Mixing it up quite well between taking down pots post-flop and pre-flop. And he just keeps progressing up now to 2.5 million chips. There are only a couple of chips under 6 million. Let's say 6 million chips in play. Justin G's got 2.5. Already moved on to the next hand, where Justin has the button. I believe that was a misdeal. I just saw everyone mucking, and the button is still on Justin. And here we have a fresh deal. Bart will be under the gun in this one. Wow, look at the chip counts, right? It's not even midfielders now. It's all like everyone's pretty much in the short stack area. Zhang Yong. Ace 10 was an outright open shove. Let's see what he does with two queens. Plays it the same way.
10
It's
fold.
a shove and pray to get called by less. Justin asks for a count. Is he willing to wager 305,000
305 pa daw.
on a
305.
King Jack?
305.
He's worked so well to build his stack to 2.5. And he's built it by playing small pots, not
Fold 1.
like this. So he lets it go. Once again, Kenneth has Queen 8 facing a shove.
3 fold.
And it's down to Nick, who cannot call this. And another pot for Yong. He's won the minimum, but hey, a win is a win. And if it works, open shoving queens and ace 10, then he might want to open shove a bit wider. I remember being told if you are making a value bet and you get a lot of folds, well, congratulations. You may have found yourself a bluffing spot that you can use that later. So if people are folding to you all the time, then you can open up a bit wider. And we'll see if Zhang Yong will do that. Of course, it only works until the last time, as they say. Works every time but the last. Justin's in the cutoff.
90 raise, hit 1.
Ace in hand. And opens with a raise.
Fold 3.
Blinds are up to 20k, 40k, so the raise is 90k. See the tournament clock on your screens on the upper left. Now we are streaming on delay, but the clock that is on display is synced to the video we are seeing. And by the way, I'm seeing the video as delayed, according to the delay, so I'm not actually watching live. I'm watching the delayed feed, same as all of us. Nick has moved all in on top of Justin's raise with ace 10 of clubs, as good a spot as any,
41.
especially given how active Justin G has been. A lot of hands that ace 10 stands to be better than.
415. O nga pala, 100 nga pala.
It's 325 to call. Justin's got a dominated hand, especially given the quite solid play we've seen from Nick. It's not likely that ace-5 is ever going to be ahead of his range when he moves in like this. Nice pickup for Nick. Not just the blinds and antes, but a little extra juice,
14 up.
courtesy of Justin G's opening. Update on it. Chip counts. Kenneth's down there with June now, as Kenneth has had maybe 2 playable hands that he opened with, but both of those hands that he opened with, he created pots that Justin G took away. Did not work out well for him. So between that and folding because he can't pick up a playable hand, Kenneth has found his way down into the cellar. He began the final table with 615,000 chips. He's down to 230 now. And sometimes it just plays out that way. It's a combo of being card dead and being outplayed on some flops. Ken Jr. with King Deuce suited. Nope, Justin takes a break with King 10 off. Interesting choice. Kenneth still can't find a playable hand, but can he afford to wait? Might want to mix in some open shoves in his repertoire, or else he might be blinding out. Nick's on the button. Saw him raise earlier when he had King 8 of spades. This is hardly that strong of a hand in comparison. It's 9 deuce. It's awful. So we are blind versus blind. Bart is up against the shortest stack at the table, and he just might go all in here. And June is just insta calling here with 7-5. Not really have a choice with the blinds deciding can't afford to fold this after paying the big blind and the big blind ante. So live cards, Queen High is ahead. June Talasig with a 7-5 offsuit. At risk, spikes the 7. A little hit for Bart. He's got the 4, but the 7 is ahead. June is ahead and needs to fade a queen or a 4 to stay alive, and stay alive he does. He doubles up off of Bart. Bart with an attempt to bust his fellow Metro Card Club player, but instead he's doubled up. We see him now with 260,000, and Kenneth is the new low man on this totem pole. We have 7 players left out of 397 that entered the Metro Weekend Special. You're watching the final table live from the Metro Card Club in Pasig City, the Philippines.
That's the problem.
Or should I say, live with a 20-minute security delay. Trust me, I'm blind to what's already happened. I'm just watching the stream, same as you. We see 20-something minutes left before we see the blinds rise yet again. So for Kenneth and June in the short stacks, they need to make some moves. 10 juniors is getting there, but fortunately it's a BB ante format, so you don't blind out as fast. Justin G just mixing it up. He passed on King 10, but he's raised King 9 this time. And Kenneth is just card dead. Nick has done really well just picking spots. I should take a pot from Justin earlier when Justin opened, but he had to raise to get that done. I mean, he had to re-raise. So this time, Nick, what is he doing? Looks like he's just going to call with Jack 10 offsuit. Pretty precarious situation, and that the hand is not that great, and that the blinds might have a 3-bet him. Fortunately, that is not the case, so he might be seeing a flop here in position against the chip leader. Dealer taps the table and reveals the flop is 2-4 queen. Neither player has a couple of clubs, but Justin G was the raiser. He continues here. And we'll see if Nick can float in position. I mean, I think he should. It's risky, but, you know, this game is not without its fair share of risks. And you gotta mix in some floats, or you're gonna get run over by the C-bets of some of these relentless players. Nick folds to that pressure, and Justin G now has 2.6 million in chips. It's getting to that stage where he has almost half the chips in play, and you would say it is his tournament to lose. But right now, there are still 7 players remaining. Means he's got to bust out 6 guys to get that 127,000 peso payout. Justin G under the gun. He's gonna look like a madman because he is gonna raise this. Ace Jack of diamonds. He might keep it simple. He could opt to shove, but he has chosen to raise 100,000 here. Kenneth continues to have the driest hands that you can imagine at a final table. And this could be trouble. King Jack, a renowned trouble hand in the world of Texas Hold'em. It's good enough to raise, rarely good enough to call. And he's calling from the hijack, which opens up a lot of squeezing opportunities. So he lets that go. I love that fold. I know I couldn't make that fold. I'm glad Nick did. And a pot for Justin G. 2.7 million now. And he can just keep this up. Something, hey, the players might need a break because they're skipping away from the table to take small bites every chance they can get. And that might not be the best or most hygienic practice. Better off giving them a break and letting them dine in earnest.
Cards please, always in the box. Hold 3.
Personally, I never eat when I'm still in play.
All in, C4.
But these guys have been playing for days, so. All right, folded to Nick. He's all in. First in vigorish. Very different from having to call a raise. He is all in here. I don't know what Young Zhang is considering, but he's got to come along for the ride. There aren't many better hands or opportunities. The only way he. Oh my goodness. Respect for the range of Nick Finn as Young Zhang has folded ace queen to Nick shove. Wow. Either Young has figured out Finn's range or he plays with monsters under the bed. What a fold there by Young Zhang. And Nick is going to take this one. Guess Young Zhang's not ready to take a flip for his tourney life. He likes to be the raiser, not the caller. Nick, I believe, has dodged a bullet there. He got a much better hand to fold. Young Zhang from China.
Nahilo nga ako, kala ko is, mapakit 8, ganon. Putang
Well, it's the same with BB You didn't really put a chip into the pot, so sometimes from a player perspective, he has zero investment.
Naka-value pa, no?
And he's not ready to put his tournament life at risk when he had nothing invested. Who knows? I'm just speculating here on the reasoning behind the Young Zhang's choice. Maybe he knew that he was going to get dealt queens in the very next hand. So here we go. Young Zhang down to 280,000. All in with pocket queen. See if he can get a call. Kenneth has not picked up any great hands for the entirety of this final table stream. And that has changed right now. Pocket kings for Kenneth. And what a spot to get it. Young all in out to right with the lesser hand. Absolutely dominated here by the pocket kings of Kenneth. What a spot.
One outer kalaban.
Kenneth is, of course, covered, and should a queen show up on his board, he will be out. But come on, how often does that happen? How often does that happen? Pocket kings are still looking good. Right now, they are holding. No straight or flush draws are in play. Now only a queen can change the outcome, or else Young will be down to 90K, and Kenneth will double up right back out of the cellar and into contention. While Young with the pocket queens will be crippled to what looks like 90K. And he will wear the crown now as the new shorter stack at the table.
Change dealer na. Dito mo yun. Hintayin mo daw siya.
Well, just be glad you had him covered, sir. And you're still in the tournament. Seat number 8, Yong Zhang from China, now the shortest stack at the table. Just take a page from the book of Jun Talosig. Was nursed this. I mean, June entered the final table with 55,000 in chips, so never give up, never lose hope. Chip in the chair and all that.
Tatlo yung 2-4.
I mean, June is so confident that he will last longer this tourney that he even decided to have a meal. I mean, that's saying a lot, you know.
Stop muna, stop yung time.
I mean, if I had a short stack and I would wait.
Ayan na.
I don't have the luxury of having a meal and thinking I'll be here for much longer. That's optimism for you. See the blinds posted, 20,000 in the small, 40,000 in the big, 40,000 in the ante, courtesy of Nick Finn. Bart Serbito is under the gun. You can see him now in seat 5, about to check his holdings. Not great. Yep. All June needed to see was the ace. It's just a bonus that it's suited, but the ace is enough, and he's all in for 240,000. About 6 big blinds with the big blind approaching, and he might get all the way through, depending on what Nick has in the big blind. Yep. It's a natural. It's a great hand in the wrong game. That goes into the muck, and June will take the blinds and antes. 100,000 added to his stack. And it's a bit of a high water mark for him. As I said, he did enter the final table with 55,000. Now he's up to 300. And as the button moves clockwise, is moving towards the short stacks. June will be in the big blind next hand, and the hand after that, it'll be Young and his 90,000. Of that 90, 80 will go in the middle before he's even dealt a hand, so it's a bit of now or never for Young Zhang. He's got this hand and the next only before he would be practically all in with no choice. As June folds the 8-7, we will see if Young Zhang can open up his hands and seek salvation. Nothing there. Passes on this one. King Queen for 10 Junior. Could be open shoving this. 305,000. I'm not sure he can afford to play for min races. He might, but the way it's been going with Justin G just outperforming everyone post flop. Yeah, race was out of the question. But a limp from out of nowhere. 10 Junior limps in for 40,000. That's concerning, as it is not your regular way to enter a pot. And that confuses some players and adds a little bit of deception here. Can Nick complete a small blind with King 10 offsuit? Quite an unknown what he's up against, as 10 Junior has just limped into the pot after being quite inactive for the last hour and a half. So Nicholas is going to take his chances and call. Bart's got an ace in hand. He can check this. He can test the commitment. I mean, he can just shove over this and squeeze the previous limpers. It's a very strong spot for Bart. As 10 Junior would have raised any hand that 10 Junior can call a raise with, he would have raised himself. So the fact he's limped in here is what Bart needs to figure out. Is he limping big? Is he limping to call a shove? Or is he really, like most of the time players limp, they are weak. And Bart has figured it out. Wow, Bart with the veteran smarts here, realizing that 10 Junior's limp in cannot possibly be that strong. And the fact that he's not instantly called here confirms that. And he will take this spot and along with it the extra 20K that Nick Finn used to complete a small blind. Great pickup with no altercation necessary here. Great pickup for Bart as he moves up securely in second place, as has been the case since we started the final table. This is the final table of the Metro Card Club Weekend Special, 400K guaranteed final day. Prize pool is ballooned to 595,000, courtesy of the 397 entries. Great turnout on this nice sunny February weekend. I don't know if it was sunny in Manila, but it had a bit of sun down here in Quezon province. Well, it's this hand or bust for Young, because if he doesn't play this hand for all his chips, he's got 90,000. 80,000 is going to go in the middle when he posts the big blind and the ante in the next hand. So he passed on that opportunity. He'll be all in with pretty much a random hand the next hand. Wow, look at this. Stan Jr. mixing it up, limps in yet again. This time he's begging to get raised because he's limping with bad intentions here. Ace, queen offsuit. He is never folding to a raise. See if Bart obliges him. Bart doesn't have a hand to do it with. And neither does June, but June gets the option to see the flop for free. This limp could backfire against 10 Junior if he doesn't spike that ace or queen. He's got the gut shot. And June is in no position to bluff here. It's probably going to be check fold city for him, as he's got the unimproved 9-5 offsuit. Well, just to lock things up there, 10 Junior gets his ace. You know, we saw him play one hand earlier where he also had, I believe, was ace queen, and he shoved as soon as he paired his ace, and that is also the case here. Didn't realize Bart was in the hand at all. I guess he completed his small blind. Saw that jack, that middle pair, but he must know he's beat now by the ace. Nice little pot here for 10 Junior. Keeping his head above water. Above the water, very calm and collected. Under the water, kicking like crazy to stay afloat. As we move to the next hand, which could be the last one. Young had 90,000. He has to pay 40 in the big blind, 40 in the ante. He's got to have a 10K chip left, but I don't know where it is. Maybe he only had 80. For whatever it's worth, this is potentially the last hand for Yong Zhang unless he picks up some. What is this? Blessed with a misdeal. What about that pump fake from the dealer? We're going to deal yet another round here. Second misdeal we've seen in the last 15 minutes. All right, one more time with feeling. Here we go for Yong Zhang in the big blind with no chips left. Oh, he's got it as a time bank. I mean, if the graphics correct, he started to have with 90. He should have 10, but you know, one chip.
Nahihirapan pa ako mag-pick.
Let's see. I mean, I like isolating if I'm a big stack here. Maybe that's what Justin considered. Instead, he's just calling. And
Hindi,
if everybody just calls and checks down, there's really almost no chance Yongjiang's going to make it through the hand.
4 ulit.
And that might be what Justin is trying
Might
to
go.
start here.
Opo. Yeah.
Because one player busting right now benefits everybody. June is all in to call. He's
Uli na yung ano,
not going to do it.
9 pa lang.
Nick has rightfully decided
Good
to
one.
isolate here because it's really profitable. I'm surprised Kenneth was trying to come along on the limping party
Open please.
and he paid dearly for it. Wow, Young actually has pocket eights. What a find. And when you consider that there was a misdeal before this, I mean, this is like manna from heaven.
Pwede yan.
Wow.
Short stack.
It took a misdeal to get him pocket eights. Potentially his last hand in the tourney, but now it's looking good. Will it hold? We're gonna see the flop. I see you 7-3-2, and the eights are looking good for Yong Zhang. Tournament life at risk, but looking good here. Has to dodge any of the 6 overcards. And so far, so good. No flush draws are in play. Only needs to fade the ace or the 9 to stay alive. Oh, what happened there? Wow! What a tease! Yeah, the dealer correctly takes away the ace, but what a tease! To show Nick that ace, but then, you know, we saw what happened. It's actually, the 3 was the top card.
3 spades, 7 spades.
Oh, they gotta call the floor anyway, but I think, you know, fair play. We all saw the 3 was the top card. Just hurts to know the ace was lurking under there.
Eh,
Based on player
ano
37,
nangyari?
Nero 215, Manilo 13.
Yes, it'll be a double up for Yongjiang. And a little bit of a hit for Nick Finn, who made that bold and mostly profitable attempt to isolate the short stack
Post
here.
muna ng clock. Floor. Pa-post
Doesn't
ka
always
muna ng
work,
clock.
but you should always do it.
Yeah. Operator's problem. Yeah. Ace queen red. Yeah. Sino si boss? Si Elaine? Nelson. Crimson.
Right, well,
Hindi, paano
no,
si
they're trying to
Crimson?
sort out here. Maybe they
Bawal.
called the floor just to make it official. But we saw the action unfold. We saw the 3 on top of the ace.
The flop is risky for the judges.
Operator's problem. Technical. Ano, pwede ka na award to? Huwag muna.
Sorry, I can't hear table chatter, so you guys are gonna have to tell me in the comment section if there's any discussion. If we get a break, our tech team is going to
Faces of 3?
Nalito siya sa panalo tig
run
5,000
twice.
yun. Panalo kasi 35 lang to eh, 40-40 yun. Panalo siya ng 10.
You know what, Aaron? Even if it was run twice, the ace wouldn't come because then the ace would be burned.
Hindi naman lumalamig. Hindi lumalamig.
It's
Hindi
just
pinalalakas. Hindi, wala naman dating.
it's just a tease that we get to see that ace, but ultimately it's not hitting the board.
Kapag pag-ubad, kami ng mga lalaki pag naiinitan, nagbukat.
Yeah, makes it official. June and Yong in the same boat now with 240,000. Everybody's a short stack except for the 2 chip leaders.
mayaman.
Need na yan.
Nasaan na ba yung time natin? Bakit kasi... Wala. Uy. Wala.
100.
Race. One race. 100. Ako.
Big blind ka.
Yeah,
Well, we're back
small.
to the action, and Justin is back also. He's raising waist,
Kasi wala.
taking advantage of the
160
dynamics.
degrees.
Opens this one from under the gun. Ooh. Look like aces, but it's actually ace four.
1, 2, 3, 4 players, right?
Yes, what happened?
4 players. I think I keep have 70 something.
Bart has not done well at all against Justin G. Has played him twice. They got him fairly deep post flop. Justin has come out the winner in both those previous encounters. Bart might want to switch things up by either getting out of his way or playing him more aggressively. This time gets out of the way. June folds pocket fives. Why? To ladder up? Well, some players like to go out guns blazing. June has other ideas, and Justin takes that pot.
Sasalaksak sa'yo, pare.
As I said, June has done well, really playing a
Bakit pa-flat clip mo ba ako?
super conservative strategy, nursing his chip stack and only choosing spots where he is the initiator.
Dalawa.
Oh my God, grabe naman. Puro na nakalas.
Checking on the chat, still talking about the bogus run twice.
Oo, hinawakan kang iba.
You know, two cards. Explanation was the cards are sticky from use, and they will be changing decks soon to remedy that if they haven't already. And so when the dealer dealt the river, she slid out two cards instead of one. And of course, just by logic, if you saw the ace when she flipped it over and there was a card underneath, then the card underneath was in fact the card that was on top of the deck, which is the 3. And as explained by Migs Espino, that is exactly right. Double card shows ace, so the card on top
Nag-uusap sila lagi nun.
would have been the 3.
Ilan yun?
What's up?
All sorted out, all officially done. As Young had doubled up. Was exciting though. I'm sure hearts leapt for a second when that ace showed, but doesn't count. It's like a shot after the buzzer. Still exciting, but ultimately doesn't count. Blinds are up, so that's bit of good news, bad news. Bad news for the short stacks, which is pretty much everybody except Bart and Justin G. And of course, good news for Justin and Bart, because they've been very actively taking pots pre-flop uncontested. So, who will it take, or what will it take to change the trend? The trend has not changed. Justin G and Bart Serbito have entered the final table as the chip leaders. They are still there. You can see 2.7, 1.7. Between them, they have 75% of all the chips in play. And man, Kenneth just cannot find a hand to play with. Folded around the Bart, he sees an ace. He's going to raise. June folds 10-8, of course he does. Folded pocket fives, why wouldn't he fold 10-8? Action down to Justin, who again can defend. These are the two playable big stacks at the table. Justin had defended earlier with King 9 and went to town when he got a straight. This time it's AC deucey. He's not going to play it. And Bart finally gets a win over Justin here. Shows the ace.
Ang laki ng race eh.
There we go. Chip counts as they stand.
Apo, blind block na.
There is no clear short stack here. Everyone's pretty short. The blinds are 60K. So you have the two chip leaders, and then you have five guys with less than 10 bigs. So it's looking like a formality before the Justin and Bart show commences. But if anyone can change that trend, it would be this gentleman, Nick Finn from the UK.
9 fold. 10 fold.
June and Young have the
Only in one.
luxury of folding as their stacks have improved a bit from earlier. And now blind versus blind, it's a no-brainer shove for Justin. I mean, we see his hand is not that great, but for the situation and the way Kenneth has been playing, it's almost 100% shove from Justin G there. And it also works almost 100% of the time. But moves to Justin, and Nick Finn will be posting the big blind. And the big blind ante, that is 120K out the window. You're going to have to catch a hand to get that back. Bart's under the gun. We are still seven-handed here, but it sure doesn't feel like it. Oh, Bart sees an ace. He's under the gun, and it's a very passive table. Not a lot of three-betting pre-flop. Also not a lot of post-flop, but that's just because of the way the chips are distributed. Just a raise from under the gun, 2.5xing it. Kenneth find a three-bet shove in his arsenal. Because the two chip leaders have to be opening pretty wide. That's what Kenneth has to consider. If he shoves here, though, it's going to be a Judy call. That's the problem with being this short. If he shoves 230, Bart's just going to call 80,000 with whatever he's raised with. So he's never winning uncontested. You're going to have to go to the races. Kenneth's going to pass, and Nick will certainly pass here. He's got 7 high. Nick is down to short stack, but never for lack of trying. He had attempted some moves earlier that just didn't work out. Tried to bust Young earlier, ended up doubling him up, and now they're practically sharing that little room in the basement. As the two chip leaders here have most of the chips in play. 7 players left out of the 397 that enter the Metro Weekend Special. You're watching the final table. Streaming live from the Metro Card Club in Pasig City. And my name is Coach Ron, filling in for Jester Insha. But none of that matters. What matters is the action on the table. Who can weather the storm of the two chip leaders? Certainly the cards are not cooperating with the short stacks. Kent's on the dealer button. That I like to see him just shove there and go for it. Everyone looks to be in ladder mode right now as Bart gets a walk with pocket jacks.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
So I am wrong and Kenneth is right. I would have been in trouble. Checking in on the chat. Good evening to Fisherman Mark. One of the first people I ever saw playing this game in this
Ay,
country.
nagtrabaho ko sa'yo.
A true
Ay,
pioneer
nagtrabaho ko sa'yo. Doblehin ka.
of poker in the Philippines. Here's to you, and he says good luck to Nicholas.
Kaya laro ko ganun eh. Kung call deduction,
Telling you right
small
now,
big,
he's
pwede.
Hindi,
gonna
kaya
need
mo
it.
lang yung stock niya. Pag hindi mo kaya, ewan ko lang.
Kahit may putang walang, kailangan may tayaan, call deduction, small big.
Just I mean, this is multiple ICM pressure, if there is such a thing. Normally, there's pressure from one short stack, but if five guys are short stacks, then none of the five guys really want to play. So essentially, they are cooperating and blinding themselves out at the same time. It's quite a phenomenon to watch, but it does happen sometimes. Young is all in with King Three of Diamonds. I mean, good to see him go for it from under the gun. There might be a Judy call from June. Ooh, I don't know if he does it with his hand. Yeah, it would be out of character for him after playing so conservatively. He's not gonna go out
Dangerous.
going to war with five high. So Young just picked up a round of blinds and antes for himself. That's going right back in the middle in the next two hands.
May dadaanan.
Japanese.
King 5. Katulad kanina, madyaman ako. King 5
June he's got one foot in the grave and one hand holding a shovel. He either gets to bury himself by blinding out, or he can dig himself out of trouble, depending on what he picks up here.
Chinese. Tong Xinhua, mo to.
Japanese. Arigato, yeah. Arigato.
Interesting dynamic. You got
Tong Xinhua.
a micro stack in the blinds. Love isolating that.
Oh my god. Ordina na sila.
So 10's got Queen Jack of Hearts, good enough to go all in with. I like his chances. I don't know how Kenneth keeps attracting the trashiest hands imaginable, but it's just the way his final table's gone for him. Nicholas is out of the way with Queen 3, and yeah, June, wow. You actually have Ace King of Clubs in this spot. I mean, talk about a good luck, June. And he does have it. Young gets out of the way. It's going to be June versus 10 Junior. And June Talosig has the shorter stack. He is at risk here, but he does have a monster of a hand. Couldn't have asked for better. He could have asked for aces or kings, but this is by far as good as it gets when you're a short stack. And he's looking to dodge those two undercards to double up. Here comes the flop. Somebody gonna get hurt. We'll see who it is. King on the window practically seals the fate
Gusto mo?
of 10 Junior. He will not be out. He will be just crippled. He'll be down about 165k in chips. He is drawing dead as of now. There are no spades in play.
Kala ko gusto mo,
You can river any card you like. Will not change the outcome. Junta Lusig doubles up yet again. Remember, this guy entered the final table with 55,000. At the time, the blinds were 10,000, 20,000. He entered the final table with less than 3 big blinds. And look at him now with 6 big blinds and in third place. Wow, what a pickup of Ace King in that the timing is impeccable. To have someone already all in and then you look down and you have a hand. Poker gods be smiling at you.
Kaya pwede.
Cover nyo na lang.
Kenneth still can't have a playable hand.
Cover nyo na lahat.
Ay, sorry, one fold.
I don't know how much longer he can wait, but
Lahat.
if you take
Cover
a
niya lahat.
page from the June Talasig playbook, well, you can wait quite a long
Cover
time,
niya lahat.
apparently. Nick Finn with another natural,
Ano ka na?
and it's folded to Bart in the cutoff. Bart is looking to raise. Gotta make it 120 at least.
Ano yan? Ano yan? Na?
June just picked up those chips, so he's not gonna chuck them back in the middle over a king 3. Folding.
No. 7 fold,
And
8 fold.
a Young is out of the way behind him. It's down to the big blind. That 10's got ace 9. He's going to take a stand here. He's all in for 95, which is less than what Bart had raised. He's got Bart dominated. So it's looking really good for 10 Junior here. Got Bart down to a 3 outer, as Bart can only win if a jack shows up as of now. And the flop changes a lot of fortunes. Let's see if it changes fortunes here. There is a gut shot.
9-10 yun.
So a jack or a 10 will eliminate 10 Junior. Now it's a dub. Well, now it's an open ender. So 5, 10 or jack is what Eduardo De Campo has to dodge, and dodge he does. The ace 9 holds up, and it's a rebate. And Eduardo De Campo Jr. is right back to where he started 2 hands ago. See there, it says JR with 280K, and Young once again is the short stack with 3 bigs. It's musical chairs down there at the bottom.
Cheryl. Ano tayo pa nito? Di matatapos.
It's a game of who will be out next. That is the game being played by the 5 short stacks at this table. Your guess is as good as mine, but I'm going to guess, just from the way it's gone, that Junta Losig is going to outlast these other short stacks. Kenneth is heavily... I mean, he's not blinding out with every hand because it's BB ante, but it's just every round. It's round after round of unplayable hands.
All in.
Young is all in with Queen 7 of diamonds, and we'll see if there will be a call from Justin G. Why not with pocket 8s?
Oh, 80. 180 yung all in.
Justin G just sitting there like,
Say 2.
give me the chips.
1 pala. 1.
So I have 2 8s. What does he have? He has 1 overcard to the 8. Tournament life of Yong Zhang at risk, needs to spike a queen or a couple of 7s or 3 diamonds. Otherwise, he is out. Ace 5 king. The 8s are still holding now, just 3 outs. No flush possibilities, no straight possibilities. Must be a queen or off to the rails you go. Good game, sir. Yong Zhang
Siya tinitingnan ko eh.
has been eliminated in
Pumangit yung mukha
7th
nito,
place.
sumbol. Di ba?
And you can
Yan na
see
magtrabaho.
the
3 Jack 9, Jack 9.
bliss and absolute joy in the smile of Kenneth
Ano ba yung
as he has managed to fold his way into a 6th place finish guaranteed. Young is out and gets himself a 13,500 peso payout. I believe the 6th place finisher gets the same, so not really a ladder up for anybody here. Prize money is the same. There is no pay jump as of that bust out. The next bust out has a 6,000 peso pay jump, so that's the one that actually matters.
Wala. Basta pwede daw siya ibenta 10-5 pag on that spot.
On the spot, 10 to 5.
Not bad. Nakapulot tayong 10-5. Aray,
Nicholas under the gun.
Four balls.
Can't find a hand and can't find a spot. But these are among the most patient people I have ever had the privilege of covering in a live stream.
100 tsaka 90, di ba?
June
100.
Talosig
Four seven.
with a king queen of clubs.
Ten.
It's an easy shove, and we'll see if he can get a call.
I want fold.
Kenneth's gonna have to see
sabi ko na.
something big. Nope.
Pangit.
I mean, what a final table for Kenneth.
Isa? Dalawa?
Nothing but rags.
Isang lalabas.
Blinds, please.
June picks up the blinds and antes. Button moves, and we have Bart in the big blind.
Naka-air.
No, it's Nick Finn in the big blind.
Naka-air
Two
to.
short stacks in the blinds.
Wala nag-host.
This could be great opportunity for Justin G on the button. So either bust one of them or just
Chat na yata eh.
take their lunch money.
Okay.
Puro chat? Oo.
Let's see how this develops.
Sa
Pala, buti naman. Pwede palang ganun. Ba't
Hindi
hindi
ako
ka na lagi?
titingin sa cellphone eh.
yari tayo dun.
Bart will be first to act.
Kinirwisyo natin
Hello.
sa Taiwan.
That's a raising hand, so I guess he gets to take the lunch money.
130.
At this stage, Bart should just be
130.
opening here. And he does for 130,000.
10 fold. Oo, nakita ko. 2 folds. Oh, I want pala. 1 fold.
Nobody can call. Let's see if. Uh-oh. Well, Kenneth might have to go for it now. He's gonna have to go for it here.
All in.
And finally, I said this before, but I'll say it again. Finally, Kenneth has entered the game.
Again, sit 4.
Whoa!
I called pala 5.
Nicholas coming along with King 10 offsuit. It's a chance to triple up. He is at risk though. He is dominated by Bart's King Queen. But the best hand belongs right now to Kenneth Clarence Easy, who is the shortest stack at the table. Both Kenneth and Nick are in danger of busting out. Nick has the King 10 offsuit. Kenneth has the Ace 6 of clubs.
Ayan, okay na.
And Bart outchips both of them and can actually bust both of them.
50 pala.
He has got the King Queen offsuit.
Oh, sit. Okay na.
After the flop we go. Nick needs a 10. Uh-oh.
Bawal ka
A little bit of something for two players. Top pair for Bart. Open ender for Nick. There's the 10. And now a gut shot or an ace to win it for Kenneth. No, 3 tens. Who saw that coming? 3 tens. It goes runner, runner 10. Nicholas triples up.
250.
Yeah, I use his whole name when he wins. Nicholas triples up. Kenneth is eliminated, and Bart just contributes to that newly minted stack of Nick Finn. So Kenneth is out in 6th place. Busted out with the best hand among the three. A story you will keep hearing in the smoking lounges of poker rooms. But that's how poker tournaments go. Kenneth with a 13,500 peso payout. As Nick probably has moved up all the way to 3rd place now. And I believe it's going to be 10 Junior at the bottom of the heap here. Wow. I mean, Nick just kind of chucked his chips in from the big blind and shrugging like, you know, whatever, let's take a stand. And that has turned out to be possibly a key event here that changes the dynamics. Not only do we lose a player,
10 fold.
but one of the more solid players left at the table
120. Raise.
has tripled up. It's going to take a crowbar to pry those chips away from him now. And now he's got a spot in small blind, facing a race against Justin. But now he's got enough chips where his re-raises aren't going to get insta-called. So,
All in.
yeah, he can play this for everything now.
Fold. 5.
And just like that, Nick has picked up an opportunity, and he's not gonna miss it. Gonna book these back-to-back wins. I can't see Justin calling for 600. With these back-to-back pots, Nick will be coming close to 900,000
More.
More.
as we wind down. That's as close to the million mark as he's been. He began the final table with 600K.
580.
Yung time, di mo yun ano.
Ay, oo nga, sorry. Mga pala.
700 total na ng chips ko.
Yeah, you do not want to double up this man.
690.
He is slowly becoming a threat to break the stranglehold that Justin G and Bart had on this table. They are still the top two chip leaders, but with 5 players left,
Your cards, please.
it's good timing to chip up for Nick Finn.
Your cards, please. Button 4.
And as you can see, it's Eduardo Jr. on the respirator.
Ayop, no? Naka-open ako, naka-shop ko din. Maraming pasok pa siya. Alam nandun siya, dadami.
Yeah, if you're railing for Justin G or Bart, you definitely Nick Finn is the last player you wanted to see double up,
Sir Ali.
and in that case, actually tripled up. Looks like Eduardo's got to take a stand here.
Opo. Ano sa kay
He has to
All in.
with
6-9.
4 bigs, and he's about to pay a big blind the next hand. It's just a matter of will somebody call
Hindi, hindi.
with pocket fours. I keep saying this. I'd rather get called and get a shot at that first place finish by doubling up rather than just winning the blinds. At some point, you're going to have to win your flips. Unfortunately, Bart has pocket queens and is trying to drag June along by just flatting here, but will this work? Will he drag June along for 220K?
Triple me up, dealer.
I don't think so. June has been too careful with his chips. I'm sure he can get out the way here. And it will be a crushing encounter here. Queens versus fours. You are in bad shape, my friend. And you're gonna need a lot of luck or a single 4. Here we go, Queens versus fours. Fours for Eduardo de Campo Jr. at risk, and boy, is the dealer in a rush to find that 4. No 4 on the board, and that is end of the line at 5th place
Out 10.
for Eduardo de Campo Jr. It was a good run, but it is short of the finish.
270.
Kada.
Okay na. Apat na lang kayo, ah.
And then there were 4. And you can see 4th place guaranteed 25,000. Not bad for a weekend's work. Things you can get with 25,000. Maybe 2 pairs of shoes, depending where you're shopping.
Ano ulit?
So 4 players left of close to 400. So these are the top 1% of this weekend's field. And in 3 minutes, the blinds will raise. But for now,
Fold.
this updates chip counts. We've got
Alam ko pang may baraha ka pa.
June with 350,000. I know Nick Finn's got something north of 800. Close to 3 million for Justin G and a shade under 2 million for Bart
Wala,
Cervico.
kung ano, pagdadasal ko na lang. Napangit. Wala. Yun lang naman eh. Pagdadasal mo meron o wala. Yun lang. Pag meron, wala na.
And there we go. Updated chip counts. June is in familiar territory. He has been a short stack for the entirety of this final table, so Nothing new here. The difference is there's only 4 players left, and he's laddered up
Oo.
to that
Layo
25,000
no,
peso
para
prize
sa'yo.
pool.
8-3 na naman.
Not
30 na.
bad at all
30 yan.
for a man who had 50,000 chips at the start of the
Oo,
final
di ba?
table.
Ay,
Hindi
mali.
kaya.
Ako na mali.
Hindi, madami pa yan.
Sir Big Nanti, please, first to act, seat 5.
Blinds.
I imagine Justin and Bart will be much friskier now that we are four-handed. Use that ICM. I mean, the target would be Nick. Using the ICM pressure, the fact that June's in the short stack to attack Nick's middle stack. We'll see if they play it out that way. June is all in for 350. Justin's not calling with Queen 7. Nick is not calling with Queen 4 off. And that will be a takedown for June Pelosi. Suddenly shoving with a wider range as he should. Moves up to 500,000. Chips will move quite fast now. June's shoving range will be a little bit wider. I think Bart and Justin should be attacking the stack of Nick until such time as he becomes the short stack or doubles up off them again. It's all about strategies and execution now that we are four-handed here at the Metro Weekend Special Final Table. For June, the strategy remains the same. It's fold, 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 wait for it, and then all in.
150, sir.
Sinabi ko naman eh.
4, fold.
Justin's raised to 150. Nick is folded. Bart can defend with 9-10. I mean, if he's going to take down this tourney, he's going to have to get through Justin. It's a question of now or
Pero
later.
may kukuling ko siya.
Sinabi ko lang naman, pinakita sa'yo ah.
Kanina kasi parang hindi kaya.
Sinabi
Justin
ba ako
getting
show?
closer to 3 million.
Wala, di ba?
Only about 6 million chips in play, so he's got close to half the chips in play. That's
Pinakita sa'yo.
half the job done only.
Namiss ka lang.
Blinds will be up, I think, next hand.
Okay, no.
Yung isang dealer, yung lima.
But before I get there, there will be a break. So we'll play out this hand, and then there will be a, well, what's left of the 10-minute break after this hand. Justin's got jacks, though. Way to enter a break here. He's just raised it to 150. See if he can put the hurt on one of these players before we enter a break. Nick will have none of it. He's going to go to break with his stack intact, and Justin will take the blinds and antes. And we will be back in 9 minutes and change. 4 players left. Final table, Metro Weekend Special 400K guaranteed at the Metro Card Club. We'll be right back.
Sir Mark, pa-chip count daw po, tapos pa-send daw po sa GC.
Pare, 100, 300, 50, pare.
Oo, na-skip ka.
Ngayon 350.
Ano?
350.
Ano mag-isip doon?
Ha? Sige. Sorry. Mabayaran ulit natin ito.
Sa dealer na nagulay.
Ito. Ano to?
Sa dealer.
Excuse me.
Ay, sir.
Ano to?
5.
Magkano ka nito? 4, 6, 8, 10, 1 million?
Ha?
Ay, di ba 200 to isa?
500.
Ay,
500.
ay, sorry, hindi ko alam.
Oo.
Ay, magkano may stock na ito? Times 2. 100 lang. 100 lang pala.
5 ba?
5,000 lang yun.
Ito pala yun. Sorry, apo.
Pare, palit ako dyan. Ayan, ito ko 50 para may pang ano sa... Ah, 110. Ah. Oo, break time. Wala na, na-out na si Clarence, kaka-out lang. Pang ano siya? Pang 6?
Pero naplatan niya.
C for all in. 5 7
All right. Everything good. Nick reopens hostilities as he is all in.
You alive?
Alive or dead?
5.
And he takes that one down
My
uncontested.
range is I'll keep to myself and it's just really
And even better news, I now hear table chat. I hear the dealer loud and clear, the players chatter
May ace ka?
loud and clear.
Makatawag mo na. Wala.
Big line, 80.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Pocket fours for Bart Sturbito under the gun. Blinds are up 40,000, 80,000.
5 raise, 200. 7 fold. 1 fold.
It's a bit tighter for the short stack.
All ball.
2 under
Yeah.
cards.
I got one over.
You got one over?
We got
No, I didn't even have an over, did I?
2 under.
both cards are under the fours. That is a rare thing. June has 4 big blinds left. That has 4 big blinds. Started that table with 2.5, so it's actually improved his lot. But he is the farthest from the championship among these 4 remaining players.
7 fold.
June folds the napkins. They go into the laundromat as we speak. And Nicholas had 2-3 a hand ago, now has 2-4. Trending up, but this is going to be a walk for Bart.
3 to off, 4 to off. Give me something to work with, please.
It looks like Justin is a lock to be one of the last 2 players left.
4 lines nga.
Bart's still trying to lock up his own spot there. He's got to deal with Nick and June.
Yeah, probably finish up there. I'll be live.
June is a survivor. Nursing a short stack all the way to this final 4.
1 fold.
Yeah, Nicholas on the button. It's 4-handed folded to him. He would be opening wider than usual. He's got less than 10 bigs.
All in.
So all in is the move. And he is moving in on the big blind of the short stack, Junta Lossig. $790 is the count. Bart's itching to go for a ride with his Jack 9 of diamonds, but it's almost half his stack to do so. He calls and gets this wrong. Nick will be in fine shape more than ever. Let's see what June has as Bart gets out of the way. June has Jack Deuce. That's going in the mug.
Yan, may chance ka. Dalawa tayo.
Right, 2 big blinds left for June. He'll be in the small blind.
Akala
So
ko
it's
naman isip yung tao-tao, puta.
yeah, they're telling him just to no look it, and I wouldn't blame him. I mean, he's out next anyway. He's got that nice spot where he's got nothing to lose and everything to gain.
Hanggang dito na lang ang biyahe.
Nicholas might be raising this under the gun. He's picking up some steam. He's up to close to 1 million now. Definitely threatening the position of Bart, who has been sitting in second in command for quite a while. Yeah, Nick has to consider this, but he's got a definite caller in the small blind as June will have to move in with whatever he has. This is a lot better than he can hope for. So, live cards for June. And for Nick, the better hand with an ace. We'll see if June's got another life in him. Live cards, suited, two gapper. Not a bad hand to take a stand with. What does the flop bring? Nothing for either gentleman, which is good news for Nick as his ace high continues to hold and it continues to improve. He's picked up a gut shot. Not that he needs it, just needs to dodge a queen or a nine, and that is all she wrote for the resilient Junta Losig, who entered the final table neck deep in trouble and managed to wade his way through the muck and make it all the way to a fourth place finish. And now, the bad news for Bart Sorbito is that Nick Finn is right behind him, getting larger in his rearview mirror. And he's definitely a threat to both of the chip leaders now. I'd say he's peaking at the right time. If you're gonna get lucky in a tournament, you want to get lucky at the end, not at the beginning. Get to the end and then get lucky over there. Nick has done well to earn his shot at getting lucky by picking right spots and getting out of certain troublesome spots. He dodged a bullet earlier when Young Zhang folded ace queen pre-flop. Things of that nature. They are part of what happens all throughout the course of a poker tournament. And all these little things add up to get you where you are.
Floor. Floor.
2.8.
Floor.
Calling the floor for clarify something. But the game continues here. 3 players left. This close to crowning a weekend champ. Jack 3 of hearts for Justin. Only a call, changing it up. Nicholas gets to see a flop for free with 6-5 offsuit. He checks it 10-8-4 rainbow. It's a gut shot for Nicholas and only Jack high for Justin. Justin is first to act here. He will lead out. And now that Nick is a bit deeper, we'll see how deep he can play post-flop against Justin, who's been very dominating in post-flop play. Nicholas is going to peel one card here. See if Justin can fire again on the turn. And this is the float that we've been wanting to see. Now an open-ender. Nick has 14 outs, can win with any pair, or he can spike the straight on the top or bottom. Yikes, 250K, but it's not the time to fold when your hand has improved this massively. Nick has called once with a gut shot, called twice with an open-ender. The river is a 6 of diamonds. That is a good enough hit. Justin trying to get the showdown with his paired 3, and Nick rivered him. with a better pair. So nice pickup for Nick
Nice
Finn.
river. Double belly? Is that double?
Yeah.
Open-ended.
It was open-ended,
Headshots up kami.
and pairs also win. So a lot of outs for Nick.
Patuluyan mo tayo.
River.
Well, he's taking a pot, so when he's taking a pot, we call him Nicholas.
400 tapos. Ako mananalo, di ko ino.
That was a river well hunted by Nick Finn,
You're not leading.
Small only.
and he found a small blind. Justin G on the button. The pace should pick up here. Might get a bit frantic. Nick Finn has pulled abreast of Bart. Now they are side by side in the chip counts, I believe, after that uh, pickup of about 400K. Nick's sitting on 1.7 now. Bart cannot rest on his laurels here. Nick's making moves. Bart's gotta make his own moves. Blind versus blind. Nick raises all in. Yeah, Bart is about to get lapped by Nick here. Nick has taken second place.
Current 550 is proceed table 9.
Boom, just like that. After an eternity as the second in chips, Bart is now the low man on this three-handed or three-headed totem pole. Blinds are 40-80, so he is sitting on 20 big blinds. Definitely Nick Finn's stock is ticking upwards. Gonna give this one a break on the button. Blind versus blind. Bart chooses to complete, which means Justin's gonna see a flop for free. 5-4 offsuit. Two eights and a queen. Nothing for either player. First one to bet wins.
90.
5 bet 90, hit 1
It's a bet and a win. Justin gives it up. He never wanted to play it anyway. Look at that. That is how close we are now as Nick has put the hurt on both of the chip leaders. And it is a three-horse race now. No one's got a lock on anything now. 6 million chips. They have about 2 million each. And after an eternity of leading the pack, the two local players are now having to stave off the gentleman from the UK.
5 gold.
Blind versus blind. Justin is electing to call. Nick takes a free look.
Sorry on the call, Nandashi. Tournament 550 is
Top pair
proceed
for
raise.
Justin. Let's see how he plays it.
1 bet 100.
That's 100. And will Nick float jack high?
4
Up so. Blinds are being passed around right now until somebody gives. Three gentlemen didn't go this far to go reckless.
Wala naman.
And that buzzer is loud, huh?
Ano?
Final three players of the
Okay na? Hindi na po.
Metro Weekend Special. 400K guaranteed. Final table here. 3 out of 397 players. It's Justin Eronimo in seat 1 there. Nicholas Finn in seat 4. And seat 5, Marcel Bart Serbito.
Raise your hand today. You've had at least twice, haven't you? Good to see you.
Sagutin mo, Bart.
First player to crack.
Yabang
We'll
mo
see
ah.
who would it be.
Ano siya eh, yung English niya para Australia.
Where are you from, brother?
London.
London.
Just north.
Europe, ganun. Yung English niya.
Nice
That's it.
accent.
3 days of playing with the guy, and finally they ask him where he's
Australia,
from.
Canada, mga ganun. Masyado eh, masyado.
He's saying you have a nice
For
accent.
cold.
Different from English.
Well, that's the English language goes. London might
King 8 ako eh.
have the best, not the best accent. If you like strange accents, just go to New Zealand, where everything sounds like it's supposed to be funny.
Ano kaya okay?
Now, if you're paying attention to the dealer, you might be wondering why she keeps speaking. That's because she's constantly coordinating with the
Hit fire
tech
raise
team and waiting for that signal to deal.
5,200. One.
Action on the button. Pretty sure Bart has raised this. Yes, he has the 200,000. Justin's out of the way. Will Nick defend with suited 4-5? I think it's high time he does. He has to stack for it. And, you know, this trend of giving your blinds to the racer cannot continue. You're going to have to break the trend, you know, break some eggs to make an omelet. What I'm saying is he should defend, but I think he might be. No, that's not a 3-bet. He's called with a stack of the chrome chips. Each of those chips is worth 10,000, so a stack is 200,000. Nice little pot here, 520,000.
Check.
Nothing for both players. The ace is showing. Bart can bet it. It won't take much. 100K should get the job done.
156.
He actually bets 150. Is Nick gonna float out of position now? This would be quite a show if he can do this.
4-4.
Cannot do it. That ace showing works well within the range of Bart. And he takes that one down. Trying to create distance yet again between himself
Bigat ako.
and the gentleman from the UK.
Baka mabigat ako.
That's 3 players, as we can see. Blind levels are 30 minutes each. And you can see in the clock, less than 12 to go in this one. And the next blinds is going to be 5,100.
Ay, ano siya eh?
Justin G got real close to 3 million. But it's taken a hit since then. And you know what? With all the shorties gone, no one left to pick on. If you want chips, you're going to have to take it from one of the 2 opponents left. 10-4 ace. This is a raised pot between Nick and Bart. Blind versus blind. This time the ace showing and Nick is using it to fire off the C-bet. Bart's gonna float with king high. His instincts tell him not to fold just yet. Now Nick spikes a 7. You might want to play this for a showdown. He can check and call. Bart certainly can fire the turn if it's checked to him. He can represent having called with an ace. So Nick doesn't want to check it after call bet, so he himself bets. That looks like 300,000. 250.
250.
Nice pressure there. Float me once, good for you. Float me twice. What are you up to? He's taken away every play that Bart can make except for the desperate raise bluff. So Bart gives it up. Nick takes this one down. Don't really think he needed to hit a 7 to do that, but it helps to have it. So Nick closes the gap again, and he is right on the heels of Bart Zerbito. Now Nick is on the button. Gonna give it a rest. Gonna be blind versus blind between Bart and Justin G. Bart has 2 6s. He's completed every other small blind in this blind versus blind. What's he gonna do this time? He is going to raise. Makes it 330, and Justin can defend with an 8-9 of diamonds. I mean, these are exactly the kind of situations where you might want to call with his hand. In most other situations, you don't call. But this one, blind versus blind, you gotta call very wide, but Justin chooses not to. Not in the mood to play a big pot with that small hand.
You raise 330.
The raise was too big. Justin didn't want to play a bloated pot. This time Bart's on the button with Jack 3 offsuit. Gonna let the other two tango. Justin has also been completing small blinds. Nick will get a free look with the weaker 10. Off to the flopper go to 40K in the middle. Looks like a paint, and 4 lines from where I'm sitting. Get a closer look. It's 3 lines. My eyes deceive me. King, Jack, 6. No hit for either gentleman, but Justin continues. Well, it doesn't continue. He leads out here. He did complete the small blind, so he's executed this at least twice now against Nick, where he completes a small blind and leads out on any flop, takes it down. Bit of a delayed steal, using the board to make your steal more effective. Justin on the button with a top hand. Ace 10 off suit. Makes it 200,000. Nick's got ace 6, but he's in a small blind. This is a 3-bet or fold. Gonna be quite hard to call here. He's gonna be out of position. So he opts to fold it. Bart's got 9 deuce, and that's going in the mug. What do you call that? That disgust. The way he mucked his hand. Like, I never want to see you again kind of fold. Nick's gonna take a break from the action. And now Bart is back to completing the small blind. Justin can pick up that trend. He might pick his range apart later. 2-10-5. And if you bet all red, you just won. Justin's got a piece of it with a 5, so he bets and takes it down. Justin closing in on 3 million again. While Nick and Bart sort out who's going to be challenging for the championship. Bart's got a premium hand on the button. Ace Jack offsuit. Justin has a hand that can defend, but he's in a small blind. He lets go of King 10 offsuit. Nick has Ace 2 of diamonds in the big. Yeah, Bart shows the ace. Now, this is the stage of the tournament where the chips, there's actual parity here. The chip distributions being like this, it's like 3 players just holding on to a pull-up bar and playing that game of who can hold on longer. First player to slip and make a mistake is gonna fall off the hunt. This time Justin's got the ace jack. 220. And garbage for both players, and the blinds go round and round as the button is taking the blinds.
Hindi, wala. Hindi, wala. Yung ibibigay ko sa'yo, maghahati na lang kayo. Ganun mangyayari. Oh. Gusto mong solo. Oh. Bumalik ka na dun. Yan, tama.
Ano yun?
Diba? Yung ibibigay natin kay Roque, dapat solo niya. Dumating si Ronald, hati na lang sila, no?
Ay, puta.
Alam mo naman yan, ang bilis yan eh. Oo naman. Nataka ka pa dyan sa bata mo.
Seat 5 range 210
Bakara.
1
King 2.
Got no quarters given.
Show king eh.
Ano? Noy, ano, paghahatian niyo o solo? Gawin mo, isama mo, iligaw mo. Basta meron ka sa amin.
Gulat na nga lang ako, tumating yan.
Wala, pinapunta mo eh. Kaya mo.
Ikaw mo ba yan?
Wala, pinapunta mo.
Tao pa ng tao.
Yan ka. Tangin na, kapalagi ba yan?
Umuwi ka na.
240.
Seat 1 range
Hey, Justin has changed it up here. This time raising it.
seat for all E fold 1
Go to the chat. Ronald Casasmorph asking who busted the 4th player. Oh man, I believe it was. Wait, the 4th player was Junta Losig, and he might have been busted by Nick Finn.
Practice na ako.
And if your theory is correct, usually the 4th player, person who busted the 4th player wins returning. Well, that's good news for Nick.
Nag-practice na ako, gago.
Of course, I don't know the definition of usually.
seat 1 range 1 160
Meanwhile, Justin's on the button with 9-8 of diamonds, a hand he didn't want to play in the big blind earlier, facing a raise. This time he makes the raise. 160k, which is just double the big blind. Blinds will rise next hand, by the way. It will be 50-100 in the next hand, but for this one, it's still 40-80 with a BB ante.
5.
Nick is considering the defense.
Call.
Yeah, he said call. He's
Call.
going to
5 call.
speculate with a suited king six, and these are these
Yeah.
moments where the lock in the game might be undone depending on how this plays out.
4.
Two sevens and a jack, and neither player has hit, but there is a gut shot for
Check.
Justin G, and he does have the initiative.
Seat 1, 100. Call. 4.
Now Nick has
Check.
spiked the king on the turn. He can safely check and call at least one bet. He's trying to induce a bet from Justin, who's certainly not going to check twice. There's the bet induced. It is 300k, and Nick cannot fold this just yet. He's beating a jack, only losing to a 7 or a pair of aces. If he's up against a king, well, he might be chopping. So he makes this call. The question is, can Justin bet one more time?
4.
Nick is checked, but is he checking the call? Can he call 1 million? That is the question in Justin's mind right now. Because Justin cannot win with 9 high. But his bet needs to be close to a million. 500,000 might be enough leverage. Nick is beating a jack, a queen. He's chopping against a king, against most kings. Justin had raised pre-flop. He could sometimes have a 7, but mostly he's sitting on ace high, and Nick makes the call. Rightly so, and for the first time, Justin G is in a bit of trouble. He's now the lowest stack on the table, and Nick, Finn, Nicholas has climbed all the way to the top of this heap as he himself is closing in on 3 million in chips. I don't know, man. Maybe Ronald Casasmorphic called it.
Noy,
Opo.
paano simula? Buo bibigay ko sa'yo.
You did say usually, sir. So usually doesn't mean always.
Ibig sa 1,000 sa'yo, solo mo, wala, hat, bigay, tag-500. Ano lang to, maliitan lang to.
Next stock still continues to rise.
Ah,
100.
ito kasi yung card ko.
100. Wala pa. 9. So. 50, 100. 4 fold. 5 fold.
That's a walk for Justin G.
5 fold.
Ano, ibigay ko na. Bunuhan ko na. O, pagsimandaan kayo. Parang wala na susunod mamaya.
Ano na siya ngayon?
See the chip counts here. Blinds have gone up to 50,000, 100,000.
5, 3, 1, 2.
Fisherman Mark says he seems like he picked the right horse. But who did you pick against? Well, no matter who you're railing for, guys, I hope it turns out well for you. These three are guaranteed the significant share of the 595,000 prize pool.
Hindi, 600 po nga. Ay, may message mo siya.
Blind versus blind. Justin's got an ace. He's not changing it up. Gonna stay with the calling game. And he's completed a small blind. He's completed it with garbage, and he completes it with an ace high hand here. And the playbook has been to lead out once the flop is dealt and take it down then. This time he does not lead out. Looks like
King.
two
King
threes and a paint
spades.
card.
One check, four check.
It's 3-3 king with two spades. Both players check. Justin has the best hand with ace high. He's gonna bet
100,000.
now for 100.
Four call.
What am I looking at? Nick has sandbagged with trips and now he's rivered a full house.
One check.
Oh, I missed the memo there. Nick actually checked his trip threes on the flop and he did induce that bet by Justin.
300.
Now it's about how to get paid here, but Justin cannot pay with ace high. He's gonna have to be a real hero to do that, and heroes they end up getting shot in the end. Yeah, my bad. Did not see the trip threes. What happens when you keep checking the chat? But yeah, Nick slow play that. Got one bet more than he probably would have if he played it straight up. And he's moved up again. He would be over 3 million by now. As Justin G, his coin continues to plummet. And he needs a change in trend. He might change it up here.
One raise, 250.
250,000 raised from the button.
Four fold.
Gonna try to make things happen now. It's 2.5x. That is the raise. Bart has King Jack. He's going to play this. So we are off to a flop with a nice pot of 650,000. 8-4-2. Both of them have a heart. This is an all heart flop. 8-4-2 of hearts. Bart has the Jack of Hearts, and Justin has the Ace of Hearts. Both of them have overcards to the board. I don't see anybody going anywhere. What? Wow. Hold on a second.
6-3 of hearts on the play.
Bart led into that flop, and Justin folded the nut flush draw to one bet.
6-3 of hearts are fine. And of course I told him 6-3 of hearts.
That is
Shinab ko na lang dapat.
interesting.
Out of it anyway. I'd like to shove to protect it. So King Jack hearts.
That was an Ace of Hearts.
Easy to straight question.
If the RFID was reading correctly.
So 40.
Four raise. How much?
240.
340.
240.
Yeah. Five fold, one call. It's okay.
I'm gonna have to review that hand.
10
I'm
diamonds.
not sure what happened. If I read it wrong.
One check, four check.
After this hand, 10-8-6 two-tone. Nicholas is,
One check,
well, he
four check.
was ahead with the ace high, but now it's
Okay, so
it's an open-ender and a pair. So he was never ahead with ace high. It's open-ender and a pair with Justin, and now it's a straight.
100.
Justin's got the one card straight. Nick would only be hero calling with a button pair here. It is only 100K. He's begging to be called. It's gonna work, huh?
Four raise, 200,000. One call.
Whoa, wait a second. Nick has raised this. Instant call.
Group six.
Yeah, okay, I understand. And Nick thought he was calling 25K chips. Turned out he put in 4 of those chips and it was 50K.
Ayaw.
And that's understandable because a lot of circuits do have 25K chips and not the 50K ones. So Nick gave Justin a little bit more. Yeah, it wouldn't make sense for Nick to have raised that if he thought the four had showdown value.
I was the big blind a while ago. I was the big blind a while ago. You raised.
Kaya nga, buton ako alam ko eh.
Miss Deal.
No, you're right.
Button
Yeah,
ka.
Miss Deal, Miss Deal.
No, you're right, yeah.
Buton ako eh.
Miss Deal.
Right? You
Button
raised.
ka dapat ngayon.
No,
Ako
no.
buton.
Ngayon.
Siya is small big.
Yeah, I raised
Hindi siya tatalong big eh. Ano? Biya?
All right, all sorted. Bart's got the button.
Nakalike, no? Si Biya. Nasaan si Ashley? Kambal mo. Nasaan yung kambal mo, Ashley? Nakalike.
Pocket eights on the button for Bart.
Raise 300.
He's
5
made it 300. 3xing this one. And on the big blind, can Nick defend with king 8 offsuit? He took a hit in the last hand and 100K more than he should have when he accidentally min-raised when he meant to call. And this time he's going to try to get a rebate. Ace, 4, 7, 2 diamonds on the board. The 8s are still ahead. Bart's beta checks, trying to preserve showdown value, skips that street.
4 bets 300. 5 call.
Insta call.
200.
Yeah, 200.
Yeah, insta call of a 200K bet. Bart actually beat him to the middle. Now 3 diamonds are on the board. Nick can only win by bluffing.
Five bet 650. 6.5.
I mean,
4 fold.
another value bet.
So what they call the shit. Wish I hadn't said
Like
poker.
turning the best hand into a bluff, but it's actually a value bet.
That would have been, no, king high.
Maybe a little bit smaller would have worked.
King high. I don't know. I'll watch about later.
Hoy!
One fold. Four fold.
Good man, as long as we're playing, I'm playing.
5 call.
300.
One raise 300,000.
One.
5 fold.
Wow. Why fold? Oh, wala to. Chips.
Trophy.
5 fold. 1 call. Option.
A big hand here, blind versus blind. Justin stays true to form. Only completing here, and I think it's gonna work, right? This could do damage because those tens are well hidden.
4 raise 350.
Nick has made it
350.
350. Will Justin pop the trap now or stay cool and just call? He can check call down if he wants. He's got what he wanted. He's getting raised here. Normally, Nick takes the free look,
Last 10
so
seconds.
you gotta know
1
Justin's
counting.
up against a hand all in.
4
Nick
call.
into calls. Nick is in bad shape. All this waiting and completing the blinds finally paid off for Justin G. Now we'll see if it will hold. He's got Nick in a really bad spot. Tens versus nines. Nick's got him covered, but just barely. He will only have 170 chips, 170,000 chips. As it stands, Justin is poised to take this 3 million pot. It's an 8 on the flop, not a 9. The clubs are covered now. It's a one outer for Nick. It's gotta be the 9 of spades only. Nick will be crippled in this hand. As of right now,
Almost, almost.
Almost.
wow, 8 of spades. That close to that one outer. And that is the setup that cracked the solid play of Nick Finn. He is all the way in the grave now. Just need to throw some soil on him. We'll see if he can still climb out of this hole. He's got one big blind and change. Wow, that's tournament poker for you. You pick your spots, you play a solid game, and then in the end, it's just good offense, beating better defense, that kind of thing. It's just one of those what can you do spots. Crazy situation. Getting dealt the nines against the
River
tens.
spade. Spade ang kailangan niya eh. One outer sa spade.
Hindi, bawas siya ng 9 clubs.
River 8 na spade.
River 8 na spade.
1 point.
Ayun.
Wow, so close. Well, Nick's got to double up 2 or 3 times now. And for Justin and Bart, well, this is the chance to do it. Pocket Queen's gonna certainly get insta-called. Bart thinks he's doing it with any 2 cards. Well, it is 2 queens.
How much? 70.
It's gonna be a double up. It's gonna be the beginning of a climb back to the top. Maybe if the queens hold up against 10-6 offsuit. And we are gonna roll off the board and see what happens here. Stranger things have happened. There is a 6 and now a 10 or a 6. 5 outs to beat the queens. The queens are in danger. Still the same, still 5 outs. Gotta be a 10 or a 6. It's a double up for Nick Finn. Not quite done with this game yet. Gonna get back up to 440,000. And his next shove might still yet again get Judy called. So he's gonna have to double up 2 more times. Not timely fashion, getting those queens.
Oh, yun na lang. At least nagka-times na pa.
Lumaban ba na?
Justin G sitting pretty at the top with over 3 million now. For a while there, looked like he was in trouble until that hand with the 10s and 9s set the stage.
Or all in.
An ace in hand, why not? All in on the button. Bart might call him again with the 2 6s.
5
He's
four.
gonna have to do it. I mean, you don't finish tourneys without trying to bust guys. Now, will Justin come along here? I think he should have, but he didn't. So it's a flip 2 overs against the pocket pair of Bart Zerbito. Once again, Nick Finn's tourney life at stake. He's got the dead man's hand. I hate to say it, but ace on the flop, looking good. Now it's a 2-outer for Bart, as Nick Finn is poised to double up. That's late. That's not 6 outs. There we go. 2 outs. And that is not one of them. Second double up, courtesy of Bart Zerbito, as Nick Finn is back up to 1.1 million. And now we have ourselves a game. They knock him back down. He pops right back up.
And you're back.
Just like that. Final 3 players, and they can take as well as they can give. Who will be the Metro Weekend Special champion tonight? I can't blame Bart for trying. First time was against a microstack. Second time he had 6s. Bart's on the button with it. King 6 of clubs. Nick is in the big blind. Gotta put pressure on him, but now he's got a million chips. Justin's gonna keep folding and get out of the way once again. See, Nick has 200K to call. He's still out chipped. So what Nick has to figure out is, can Bart fold to pressure? He's bet 300 and left about 1.3 behind. If Nick shoves, is Bart ever folding? So he says, just call, and we're going to see a flop. There we go. So Nick's sitting on a pot-sized bet. Flop will have to be favorable. It is not. Jack 7-4. You gotta know, oftentimes, if Nick checks, that Bart's probably ahead. If Nick had any piece of this, he would be racing to the middle. That ace is a good card for Bart. He can bet it, get it over with. Do not want to go to showdown with King High. Yeah, that's about the right size. Third of Nick's stack. Nick's only move here is to check raise. He's not really drawing very well with just pair outs. So he gets out of the way, and Bart gets a little bit of a rebate, but Nick is still sitting on 600K. Justin and Bart back to the 1-2 position.
I shove 3, you cool?
Full ka daw pag pre-flop.
Yeah, that was the right question, and that's why Nick asked for the chip count of Bart pre-flop. I think shoving would have been superior to calling in that spot, but I have the benefit of seeing the hands. Justin's on the button with King Jack.
One raise 250. Four fold, five fold.
You know what? I think the chat is correct. The chip counts are not correct because there's a stack of 50K chips in front of Nick. That means he's got over a million. You are correct, sir. Valmark Sarte. Yeah, so from here on, let's go with what we see on the table. Stack of the pink chips is 1 million. Stack of the chrome chips is 200,000. So we know Nick has over a million, maybe 1.2. And Bart is sitting on, oh, what is that? 2 stacks, 3 stacks of the brown, 600. Sitting on about a million as well. There you go. We can see clearly now that Bart has about 1.3.
Five raise 300.
And Nick has about 1.2. Bart's got ace king raising 300. Justin sitting on 2.8.
First time.
Cannot call.
First time.
Right, so Nick's not in as bad a shape as we thought. He still has about 1.3. Bart does not have 2.4. He also has about 1.7, 1.8.
Kahit pocket queen, pocket ace. Wala. Pocket queen pa lang. Pocket jack wala. Pocket 10 wala. Pocket 9 meron. Pocket 8 meron.
So let's keep an eye on their actual chips on the table from here on in.
Five fold.
Bart folds Jack 9 on the button. It's going to be blind versus blind again. And for Justin, another limp might be in order.
One
Guys,
call.
bibigyan kita ng 2,000.
Big
Pag
calls
natin
50.
yun,
Nick is going to see the flop.
Check.
2,000 ka.
Heads up.
Can do offsuit for Nick in the big blind, and the small blind is Queen 8 offsuit. Flop is 6-5-3, 2 clubs on the board. Nothing for anybody. Gut shot for Nick. They go check, check. Nick spikes the top pair 10 on the turn, but Justin is just checking here and not putting any more chips into this pot. Nick is going to take a shot at this on the turn. He's betting for value. Insta fold by Justin.
Sa ano na sila, W.
Another pickup.
Sabi nila kay, may pera ka dyan. Kaya mo na yung wala.
Lens, please.
Ginawa rin nila kay, hinuli ka na kapag bigla. Nakuha rin nila kay. Nagalit daw sila kay, walk out, umuwi.
Sino? Hilap ka man.
Binigyan niya pa rin 1,000 sila kay. Okay na to. Ano, malis na. Putang, galit na galit tayo na. Kumukwento sa akin. Putang na yung bata mo. Putang na, tinataguan ako.
Kailan?
Ang nakaraang pang-league.
Ginagawa niya?
Ang hingin mo kaya siya?
One fold.
Kumusta ba siya?
One AM.
Players of Viva Line, please step back to your seats.
Ako natapos dito.
Four raise. 300. Five call.
Ay,
Okay na? 300.
This is the action I like when it comes down to the point where players just play hands that you would never play in normal situations,
Fortune.
because this is how you finish a tournament. You've got to play
10 of clubs.
as much hands as you can when it's three-handed, and especially heads up. So it's 10-4 offsuit for Nick. It's Queen 2-10.
4 bets, 300.
Jack 5 for Bart. He spikes a jack on the turn, and now that Nick is betting, it might be too late as Bart has caught up.
Oh,
Nick is bet.
kailangan i-complete mo. 400.
No.
Sabi mo sa akin.
Sinabi ko 3.
Oo.
200.
Okay. Bit of a
2. Oo, call.
yeah. It's ruled as a call. He did not verbally declare race, and he didn't put in enough chips to warrant half of a legal race, and all sorted.
5 call.
And Nick just keeps
Ngayon.
betting here. The river is a 5, 2 pairs for Bart. I think it's a case of Nick missing that bet on the flop. Bart goes all in. I don't know if Nick can call with just a 10 here. Bart's going for the throat.
River, 5.
Bart had Jack 5, which was nothing on the Queen 2-10 flop. But then the turn went Jack and the river went 5. And now Nick's pair of 10s is facing a shove on the river. Nick still has about 750,000, 730,000. He can definitely play with there. Let's just ignore the graphic for now. And wow, he made a call. Wow, Nick made the call, and that just might be fatigue, gentlemen. So he's made the call, and he is covered, and Nick is out in third place.
Ay, may nahalo pa. Ako, may nahalo na siya.
Pero lamang sa Bart doon. Lamang sa Bart.
Bart definitely covers him,
Basta ito.
though.
Di ba yan?
Because just the chrome chips alone were 800,000.
Matitira sa akin.
Ito.
Hindi lahat to. Sige, teka lang ha. Sige, bilangin mo yan.
200. Ano?
Yeah, I think.
1 million.
Yan yung sakto yan. Ayan.
Where's the floor manager?
1,030,000.
1 million 30 sa kanya.
Paras kami 1,030,000.
All in 1 million 30. Si Fo.
Hindi, raise 300, all in ako 1,030,000.
Hindi yung total chips niya.
Total. O, ganun na lang.
Manalo si Fo.
100 tsaka 97, no?
Well,
Oo, coverage siya.
definitely saw that Nick had less than $1 million.
May paglaban talaga.
Sige.
Yung pamalato.
Chip count lang.
Wala.
Teka lang, teka lang.
Uwi na tayo.
Oo. Huwag natin kung yung premium.
Oo nga. Takot.
Yung ano, yung sa turn, 200.
200.
So we are heads up now,
Hindi sa turn, 200.
unofficially, but pretty much we saw what happened.
Sa river,
And I think Art has it
All
right.
in ka.
all in ako 1,030,000. All siya.
Hindi ka lang 1 million.
Hindi lang. Hindi ako.
Hindi, more than ka.
1.150.
Oo.
Kasi 120 na titira to.
Yeah, so Nick
Ito, chip
Finn from the UK has been eliminated in third place, and now it is
3 million.
as it began in the final table with Justin G and Bart Serbito being the two top dogs, and now
Sir Bart 3.2.
the only two top dogs left.
Ayan, 2.680.
Have a chip count here, maybe just for ICM considerations.
2.680.
2.680 sa seat 1.
1,600,000.
80. Ha? 2.680. Seat 1. Oo, tapos kay
So we're
Sir
hearing
Bart,
from the dealer that
3 million. Magkano nga ba 3 million? 300.
2.68 million for Justin G. That means Bart is ahead with about
Kay Sir
3.2.
Okay na.
Yung bilinap mo.
Small blind ka, Sir Bart. Okay na.
Wala ako rin. Yung tinayan ko siya.
So these guys are heads up.
Dito ka?
Talo ako king 9. Tayo ako 650. Tayo ako 650. Sabi niya king 9. Diba? Ace. Ang flop ace, diba? Turn 9. Check kami sa flop. Turn 9. Without siya, call ako. River, top diamond.
Ay, putang ina. Kala ko hindi tayo magkakapera.
Check siya, tayo all in, raise ako 650.
Mamamatay ako. Tawa ka pa ng tawa. Putang ina. Patayan na
Hindi,
ako.
natawa ko sa river. Tangina mo, siyempre, nananalangin ako.
Ah, gusto mo?
Huwag maano, di ba?
Gusto mo?
Ako lang.
Sige.
Tuwa tayo nito.
Double check ang ulit. Ang
Alright, we're just gonna re-encode these chip counts as we go into the
3.28.
heads up, the finale of this final table for the Metro Weekend Special 400K guaranteed.
okay na.
Ayos. Buti na worth it. Ang putang ina. No? You know, mamamatay na tayo.
Nalalo ko na short stock. Buti na-bluff ko siya nung pocket 8 king 9 siya. Tinaya ko ng 650 sa river. Tangin lang kung tinawag ako patay.
Buti nga namatay siya eh.
Stop yung clock. Game na ba?
Inulog ka ng G's o
Hindi ko pwedeng katukan eh. Pag kinatukan ko, give up ako, talo na ako sa river. Talo ako sa alas eh.
Kumaya sa saklap. Yung jack 5 ka.
Jack 5, wala. Check. Turn jack. Lead out siya, call ako. River 5. Kaya siya 300.
Kapagod. Tangina.
Di ba sabi? Floor, time.
May nag-aantay oh.
Para tayong Taiwan millions. So.
Clock is paused now. We're gonna unpause it.
Ay, may nag-aantay. Puwiso ka.
Kaya nga eh. Wala, awit.
Clock still paused.
Practice na ako.
There we go. So it's now heads up. Bart Zerbito
Yeah.
having 3.2 million chips versus the 2.8 million of Justin G.
Pagod ako.
Okay na. Call na sila.
Buti na.
Susunod ba kayo ni Papi?
Call, tapos
Sumabay na kayo sa akin.
O sige, ako na lang.
Doon sa hagdan. Pagbaba mo hagdan, kaliwa.
check.
200.
200. Tapos
Bart
4.
leads out 200 on the Ace Jack 3 flop. And Justin immediately folds.
Check. Best 200. Fold. Di patanggal daw to.
Tawa si boss. Iiti ka kay boss. Iiti ka sa camera kay boss. Boss! Ito. Boss!
Boss ADO!
Ganito ang tournament. Hanggang matapos.
Practice na kami para sa player series. Boss Andrew, nag-practice na kami sa player series. Larga na tayo.
Justin on the button. Of course, it's small blind. Blinds are 60,000, 120,000.
320. Fold na. Yes, sir.
Raise and a call. 760 in the middle. Ace, queen, and king. Art has the king. Justin only has a jack. They both check the flop. Now Bart's gonna take the lead here with his second pair. Justin only has jack high. Second pot in a row here for Bart Zerbito.
Hindi ka pa, ma-out ang puta mo. Ako tayo maging second, third ang puta.
Masalisi tayo. Masalisi.
Ano yun?
Ako dito ako dadaan sa kapila.
Pwede ba dyan?
Na, ikot-ikot na. Kwento ko dito.
5 folds.
Una yung loob. Sumok.
10-7 versus 10-6. Raise and take.
Alam mo na may sasakyan ko doon.
Oo, wala akong sasakyan.
Nasa hagdan, kaliwa. Malawang sasakyan. CRB.
Basta CR muna ako na.
Bunso, saan ka galing? Oo.
Ano na?
Bunso.
Kilala niya yun. Kaibigan niya yun.
Kambal. Tay.
Last two players out of 397.
Utang na.
Larong walang aray.
Can't, can't see the clock from this angle.
Utang ina yung nasa utak niya, buti nagkakato.
There we go.
Munti ka pa, 700 na lang ako, munti ka pa ako mamatay. Ayun. Olin. Para
Justin's all in with an ace in hand. Bart cannot call with 4-3.
Nalok na tayo.
oh, si.
Sige, nalok na. Matapang din ako.
Over na ako. Sige, tama.
Well, they're going for the no-look shove in the next hand.
Tig 97 lang tayo. 3,000. Pero okay.
Ikaw man. Okay lang.
Diba?
There is about 197 between them to be won.
Ang ina mo, tawa ka na tawa.
One point!
Sige, call na ako.
Call. All in, tas call.
Ina mo. Lang, ano ka muna.
Scan mo muna.
Olin mo call.
Waling call!
Pagod na ako.
Hindi mo kung gawa. Do not go back.
All in and a call. Justin's got king 8. Bart's got 9-4 offsuit.
Game.
Bart called in. Of course, his first one is shove. Justin called with king 8.
Uy, double belly.
No. Not really a double belly, just both of them have gut shot.
9!
The king high is still ahead.
Uy, yan ang double belly.
Open-ended.
Yan.
Now it's a double belly. It's an open-ended 8 or a 3.
May isa pa eh.
A 9 will not help as it gives Justin his trade. So it's a 5 and Justin will take this pot.
Kami naman yung 120 ko.
Hindi. Ah, ito.
Bilang,
Ay,
bilang.
60.
Bilangan na.
So Justin now one more shot away
0.1.
from taking this down.
Para mabilis.
2.2.
0.3.
2.3.
Kailangan naman.
Sige, nalok na.
Malas ka pa. Open-ended ka.
1.120.
Looks like both players have agreed to keep shoving to the conclusion of this
Ito si Mark.
grueling weekend special.
Wala.
Local time is 1:34 a.m.
Blinds B.
Hardly late by poker player standards. More like prime time.
120 muna.
Grabe ka sila, inubos mo chips ko.
Uy, ganun.
Wala, galit pa. Ano? Only call.
So all in the call again. They're going to table the hands. Justin's got 5-4 this time. It's going to go back and forth.
Ano, game na?
Looks like Bart's going to win this one. I don't know what Bart has, but it's got to be better than 5-4.
Kano yan? 1 million ano?
1.120.
Apo, all in call.
King 3. Live cards for both players. There is an open-ender for Justin, and a pair of threes that didn't really need. Wow, that's a straight, and that is all she wrote. Bart is growing dead here.
Yes! Yeah!
1.1.
Wait, hang on.
Gago, no?
3, 4, 5. Doesn't Justin have a 5? No, it's a flush at the river on the river. Jack of clubs. And Bart got away with that one. It was a straight on the turn, but a flush on the river for Bart. So on we go as both players have agreed to shove towards the conclusion of this final table. All in the next board. Wow! Bart actually had ace king and Justin's got king jack. Dominated.
C5 ang all-in.
Justin still has Bart covered.
Ace king sa C5.
Pag lang kasi ako tumako sa ano.
Ulo, laki ng tinama ko doon, dinobol ko pa.
Eight, queen, five, two hearts. Ace, king still ahead here. Board needs to pair twice to chop. There's one. Jacks to win. Pairs on the board. No, will not chop. By virtue of the ace. So no chop. Ace high win. And now Justin is on the ropes.
2.360. Ang bilis na sa bilangan ng 6.
So now Bart is on the cusp of the win with 4.8 out of 6 million chips in play.
Ay, patay na. Buhay pa.
Will Justin have a bounce back hand here as they are going to continue to shove and call.
All in, sit 1.
It is 10-5 offsuit.
Call na,
Bart
sit 5.
calls with 9-6 offsuit. Both live cards.
Gusto ko na nga. Game?
We're going to run the board for these gentlemen. And, you know, it's all over but the shouting here as these two players have just decided to run the cards. Jack 7-9, all diamonds. The 9 is a hit and the 6 of diamonds. Bart's got this one almost locked up. A 10 or an 8 will change it, but there's a final diamond and Bart Gabito has concluded this tournament, and that's it for this Metro Weekend Special. Might be a small event by internet standards, but big time play for the players involved. See you in the next stream. This is Coach Ron signing off and shouting out to everyone in the chat.
Wala na sumasagot eh.
Attention all poker enthusiasts. Get ready for the ultimate poker showdown as the Asian Poker Tour returns to Manila for the APT Manila Classic 2025, happening from February 7th to 16th, 2025. This much anticipated event is brought to you in collaboration with the Metro Card Club, the biggest and most iconic poker room in the Philippines. The luxurious Crown Plaza Manila Galleria Grand Ballroom. Join us for high-stakes action, world-class tournaments, and a chance to etch your name in poker history. Don't miss your shot at glory. Mark your calendars, sharpen your game, and get ready for a poker experience like no other.